they do things to mess things up. In South Africa, you had basically institutionalized homosexuality in South Africa, which exists to this day. By the way, brought to South Africa by GCP. And yes, in Africa, for all the Pan-Africanists, fuck all of y'all, the truth is a damn light. When am I making reference to the mining system in South Africa? You had a solar system in Brazil, and you had a system like this in Cuba where men were locked away from women at nighttime. You could not get to a woman. Okay, in fact, this is why I find Black American men damn disgusting. We've never been physically not allowed to be around our women, other than, and we act like the world's going to run out of pussy every moment of our lives. It's despicable. We have no standards. We don't want women to have standards because we like to cheat, and then we have cheat children. This division is socially engineered. Now they don't need it. In South Africa, by the way, minors were not allowed to be with their wives and children. Demographic group of women in the industrial world. They no longer need Black women to destroy Black people. They figure they've got that game done. So now it is to do to Black women and dispossess Black women like what's been being done to Black men since the late 1960s. There used to be, when Black men and women were working together, that's when we had a movement when they decided to divide people over what you had between your thighs. You got the mess that we have now. And so now they no longer need Black women, whether it's that broad that looks like Urkel that got fired from Harvard, or this rerun looking broad prosecutor in Atlanta, Fannie Willis, or the one that got run out of office that said she had the biggest dick in Chicago, Dykefoot. You're seeing a dispossession of Black women types that have been used. And even the way that Oprah Winfrey, her film, The Color Purple, has failed. They could have done more to make it succeed. They used Oprah to put this slut out, this man-hate musical filth to divide Black men and Black women as it did in the 80s. And now that it's failing, they told that whole put it on DVD. And it's coming out in March. They don't need Black women. In fact, let me compare this and I'll stop. When the Capos, these were Jews who helped the Gestapo and the Einsatzgruppe group and Nazis exterminate fellow Jews in Poland. Once those guys helped clean up the ghetto in Warsaw, they were
from the World Economic Forum. Okay. And they have 4 different categories. Posted right there we go. 4 different categories with which they gauge our economic standing right now. Global, gentlemen. Instead of taking care of home. So even just with this, right? Shout out to Brother Lone Wolf. Neglect. America, just off what my brother Lone Wolf just said, is abusive to its own people.
Right? Sounds like black leadership.
See, gentlemen, here's what they're projecting. They're saying based off this global stat. I want everybody to share this. Make sure y'all let your family know that this is not over. This is 2024, ladies and gentlemen. This year, just get fresh out the box. Now, this is a holistic approach with which they gauge our economic standing collectively. They're using it globally, though, yo. Using it globally. Now, I want you to pay attention to the 4 categories with which they broke it down. Innovative, 45.2. Now, be very clear, ladies and gentlemen that are tapped in with us right now. There's a big difference between points and percentages. This is out of 100 points that you can gain with that scale. Okay, not percent. Next one, that going to inclusiveness, right? That's why I had to present you brothers with the DEI. Right. So I had to bring this out because look, they're saying you niggas is doing good. Inclusiveness, 55.9. Y'all good because everybody's good. Listen, I'm gonna go into that. I'll get into the rest of it.
All right, but Chef, help me out for 1 second.
Yes, sir.
How is it good for me to wipe my neighbor's ass? I'm picking my booty.
Come on. Talk that. Let's go where we gotta go with this.
I repeat, how is it for my booty hole to itch and I'm picking it, hoping something will stick to the drawers? And yet I wipe the other person's ass, even use wipes, make sure there's no grease back there. Who does that? Who wipes their neighbor's ass first? And the answer is black people do.
Come on. You see, this is, you know what? Let me go with you, brother Short. Let me go with you some more of this. Sustainability.
We're not talking about an erection either.
46.8 again. These are not percentages. They are points, quote unquote, earned based off their gauge from a worldly view. Okay? Not here in America specifically, from the world. Right? Now, finally, going down to the moral compass. The other is resilience, y'all. 52.8 points earned out of 100. Gentlemen, what sticks out to me when I look at this scale, right? Knowing that interest rates are at a sky high level right now. Niggas can't pay rent. That's a lie. They're talking about jobs are all over the place. This administration, Sister Ski herself is doing a phenomenal job, right? They're doing a phenomenal job, that Biden administration. Okay? But we're looking at it, nobody here. Innovativeness. Shit is not being created at the level with which this inclusiveness is revving up and ramping. Okay? Inclusiveness, resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about feminazi. We're talking about pork chop feminism, as our brother got short. We're talking about Color Purple.
Circle.
Right. Doing a phenomenal job of quote unquote showing sisterhood. Right through that bullshit musical. Okay? And listen, I want y'all to understand something. Those 4 categories have specific bullet points to them, with which they use this thing. Now, again, inclusiveness has a subcategory there where it talks about. Now, I would like to be able to try to zoom in for y'all family, but it was when I snatched it off the line, it was hard to get that. But y'all can go to the worldeconomicforum.com and put it over there. Okay. These are the subcategories. Now you gotta earn these points that they give you. But look at this inclusiveness, y'all. So that means LGBT, right? That means trans. That means folks like a Dwayne, right? That
Or Michelle Obama.
Come on, illegal immigrants, right? Illegal immigrants who are getting all the resources, right? Now, just to be very clear, y'all, because you got a lot of fucking pork chops running out here. Now, you know what? Hold on, brother Short. Let me throw these brothers an alley-oop. I got something I need to share to the screen. Your VP did a phenomenal job, okay, on Martin Luther King Day. She decided to use this day to push her bullshit, okay? And she decided to use this day to pull it, y'all. She definitely did. So I'm going to bring this up to the floor. Let's bring it to the stage, okay? Kamala, Willie D's pass around presidential hall. Let's go ahead and play this.
Extremists attack freedom to vote. They pass laws to ban drop boxes, limit early voting, and restrict absentee ballots. In Georgia, extremists have the gall to pass a law to even make it illegal to simply offer food and water to people standing in line for hours.
Now let's talk about those people. Gentlemen, this is your pork chop. This is the ski-wee. Brother Juan, this is ski-wee. Reincarnated, sir. What did I just show you, gentlemen? That chart. Inclusiveness, 65.9. Gentlemen. Who do you think she's talking about them folks standing in line to get water and shit from? Who you think those folks she's talking about? This is Miss Ski-Wee, the first black. This your first black BB standing right there telling you about folks who standing in line. Where the hell was she when homeless black men in New York City, even fucking homeless black men in Chicago, sleeping on the streets? Homeless black men and women, children, New York City getting evicted from shelters. But she said it's people standing online. Who you talking about, sis? Ski-wee.
She may be talking about the people trying to get to a bedroom.
Well, she's seen a lot. Come on through.
Well, I mean, she's probably the only person with the revolving door and revolving sheets. I'm trying to take over before we have to watch.
But I'm gonna go to Brother Juan after. I want to play something. This is for my ladies in here. She's got something to say to y'all. Let me go ahead and play this.
Exercise their basic civic duty. I ask the friends, whatever happened to love thy neighbor?
Hold on. Fair use by the Copyright Act of 1976. See, you know it's about to get real. Brother Short had to put the glasses and the hat on. It's about that type of time. Ladies and gentlemen, she said, honor thy neighbor. The World Economy Forum said, listen, don't forget your people over the seas there. All right? Don't worry about what's going on at home. Honor that neighbor overseas. Inclusiveness at 55.5.
With her not really probably being a citizen, but that's another discussion.
Come on. Let's go through it tonight. Your girl Pamela, Skiwi, D9, done made it. He's leading.
I wish you would be inclusive and call her by her real name, which is Kamala. And that's actually the proper pronunciation, Kamala. And it truly matches at least what she does.
Oh, right. Let's keep playing this though, ladies. Because she's got a message for my ladies who listen to that. Women are getting raped every day if you let certain people tell it. I mean, are every day, not are every day. But go ahead. Let's see what Pamela got to say.
The hypocrisy abounds. And please note, the governor in Georgia signed that law on the 56th anniversary of the march from Selma to Montgomery. Today, in states across our nation, extremists propose and pass laws to attack a woman's freedom to make decisions about her own body.
Let's stop right there, gentlemen.
But the baby's body isn't the woman's body. Okay, I really resent that. My toes are my mama's toes. Okay, and if it were her body, it would mean my dick is my mama's dick, and I'll never agree with that. All you feminists out there, my dick was my dick that God gave me. My mother may have been carrying me, but God gave the dick to me because if my mama had the dick, I wouldn't be here because she wouldn't be a mama. I just hate, I'm sorry, feminists, all of you guys are going to burn in hell. I used to, feel not just like God is right. Abortion is wickedness and sacrificing Satan. I don't care who doesn't like it. If you're a feminist, please feel unwelcome and leave. We don't care what you work for Satan. I'm against you. In Jesus' name, and then Kevin Samuels. There you go. Okay, great one. I had that song, a song we sing in church, in the name of Jesus, and I just changed it, in the name of Kevin. We've got patriarchy. In the name of Kevin, we have patriarchy. Tell me, who can black man and woman divide us when we listen to what Kevin says? Kevin, wonderful Kevin, we've got a black family. So, I'm not going to sing that. So, yes.
Brother Juan,
Yes.
what say you about what you just heard from this very, what say you about what you just heard, Brother Juan J. Johnson?
As I said on yesterday, if I'm going to approach a situation, I'm going to stand 10 toes in on the There's all these women out here who keep saying, my body, my decision. They fail to recognize Jeremiah 1:5. It says, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. It didn't happen with your mother and your father. Say this again. Conception didn't happen just with your mother and your father. As a matter of fact, if I was to go a little deeper, it took about 3,000 people for you to get here. You just focused on your mother and your father and that mother and father and the grandfather. But it says, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. And before thou passed forth out the womb, I sanctified thee and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. So you don't even think about that the baby that you're aborting is a prophet. A prophetess. You're so concerned with yourselves that you've, again, this is my belief system. I've said once, I've said again, I am a follower of the revolutionary Jesus. I stand on the scriptures. I find scriptures to stand on against this feminism. My body, my choice. It is not your choice. God had a conversation with that fetus before it came into existence.
The wolf for y'all. Talk your talk, Lone Wolf. Talk.
Before I formed thee in the body, I knew thee. There was a conversation that took place before you got here. You just don't remember it. But my body, my choice, again, you ain't got to listen to me. You ain't got to believe me. You got a problem with what I'm saying. You got a problem with the scriptures. You got a problem with God. That's why I stand. She's out of order. And all these feminists out of order.
The wolf is on a wolf. Right. Gentlemen, I just want to say this. Miss Ski Weed, where was this energy when you were telling folks to go ahead and get that shot or lose your job? Was it your body, your choice then?
She thought it was Depo.
or was it mandated? Where was this energy when you told folks you're not going to be able to put food on the table unless you get the shot? My body, my choice, though, right? Get the. Let's keep spinning the block a little bit here, gentlemen. Right? She said hypocrisy, didn't she say that just now? She said it. Okay. Well, in the same breath, you go ahead and follow up with hypocrisy. Make it make sense. Let's play a little bit more of this, gentlemen.
Laws that would even make no exception for rape and incest. And let us all agree, one does not have to abandon their faith and deeply held beliefs.
I got to hold on.
Oh my God.
Come on, you know I got to go to the. I need to hear from you, gentlemen. One does not have to abandon their faith. He invoked it, gentlemen.
I can point you to any number of scriptures from Ezekiel 17 to like Ezekiel 23, and over and over and over and over and over again, Ezekiel talks about Molech and how God is going to destroy Israel, Judah, and Jerusalem, in particular over false teaching, which is what they brought us there, and the murder of babies, the abortion in ancient times was you took a baby and you burnt it up in a furnace and you gave it to Molech or a Midcom or Baal. Baal worship, baby killing was what destroyed ancient Israel. The aborting of babies. It's an abomination. God hates it. God doesn't like it. It's wrong. It's evil. Can't do nothing about it. And feminism is nothing but updated Canaanite fertility, pagan god worship. You had lesbianism and all of that as part of ancient religion. Feminism is a lesbian religion. Feminism is a satanic lesbian religion, and it is against scriptures, against God, and a lot of women are duped. The Bible talks about that in Timothy, does it not, Lone Wolf? That a lot of it is said the stupid women would never come to the knowledge of the truth. The Bible calls women dumb when it comes down to bad teaching. That women who are supposedly be smart. So it's making an allusion to educated women would be the dumbest women at the end of time that would go along with the bullshit. And the word of God is true. I see it right now. There's no more educated group of women in this country than Black American women, and yet they're the most stuck on stupid women about baby killing and all these terrible liberal policies that are degrading. And in fact, I don't know, maybe masses of illegal men coming to here to gang rape and abuse our women might make them say, hey, wait a minute, why am I with everything that the Democrats say? I'm not saying the Republicans love us, but damn, Gavin Newsom, you sent your kid to school and they're putting lubrication up a 5-year-old's ass? That's education? I know folks where you can't even verbally correct a child that's wrong, but if I'm a teacher and a drag queen, I can put lubricants up a child's asshole, and the women are good with that. Taking their kids to drag queen story hour. In fact, one of the main proponents of this stupid stuff in California is a bald-headed stud out there. The face of some of the most insane social policies have been so-called educated pork chop feminists, like the Supreme Court justice that can't define what a woman is. Anyone can tell you that. It's a person with the pussy, a PWP. And it's a PWD, that's a man. Damn.
You know, Brother Short, Brother Lone Wolf, I got to hear from you on that. This lady, these people have no problem weaponizing anything. And you being the warrior guy that you are, you know, when we talk about, you know, history, and not even just history itself, but the weaponization of literally anything. When she's invoking the word, as she just did here, Brother Lone Wolf, ordained, are we looking at sorcery on the big screen here? What say you, Brother Lone Wolf?
I say that when you don't know the power of the spoken word, you speak reckless. There's 3 powers: the power of the spoken word, the power of the written word, and the power of the living word. And many of us don't realize that we're always casting spells. See, Kamala, I believe that she knows exactly what she's doing. She has that bully pulpit, and she can speak into the unlearned, uneducated, those who are tapped into their emotions, their feelings, not being logical. She knows exactly what she's doing. She knows who she's talking to. But those who know what she's doing, we own to her, and we can call that out. She's out of order. That whole team is out of order. And I believe that, again, they're drunk with power, and they will watch this country burn just so their pockets will be laid and their positions will be intact and their futures will be fruitful. They will use anything, celebration, holiday, they would take our finest, our most learned, educated doctors, lawyers, civil rights leaders, and use them as tools to persuade the masses. They know exactly. Watch this. Even if she don't know what she's doing, she's been in the company of people who know what to do. Okay? That you don't have this nation that's been around for about 500 years, and they had passed down the information to their children on how to maintain WMD culture, which is white male dominant culture. So even if she doesn't know, she got folks in her ears who do know, and they will give her the script. Say this. She said it. But again, everybody's not asleep.
Brother Lone Wolf, I gotta bring this back to the top here, sir. You know, this is, you know, man, the mere fact that we've had so many women pedestalized this deviant here, she's been pedestalized. right? Tote it around like the next thing coming. But I want to bring something back to you. Inclusiveness, resilience. There's subcategories to this, y'all. And I want to make it make sense. Because again, you know, that inclusiveness, let's be clear. Who benefited the most from affirmative action? Caucasian women. Now, some going to say, oh, well, just bashing white folks. No. We're going to make it make sense. Because they're benefiting from that is what contributes to the scale here that the World Economic Forum uses to gauge our present economic state. Globally, though, right? So here's a couple of things that I want to read off for y'all just to try to make this make sense. Again, sustainability, right? Let's go to sustainability. 46%. So really, they're not making anything other than trying to tell niggas, go ahead and get a Tesla, right? Green energy. Niggas can't afford to get no Teslas. Can't afford to get no e-cars. And let alone folks getting trapped out in the snow at charging ports. Okay? But listen, she's worried about gases and greenhouse gas. She's worried about the quote unquote global warming. All of which they've contributed to negatively themselves. But let's go ahead and look at this again, right there. Inclusiveness, y'all. Let's go to this scale. Engaged in inclusiveness, y'all. Okay? This is how you gain your little points. They got something called inclusion in the workforce. That can earn you a maximum of 1 to 7 points. For all the masculine females. Strong, independent. I can do anything he can do types. You earn 7 points to that overall number. You contribute 7 points at the max to that overall number. Universal health care. Right? Gender parity in the workforce, in the labor force. Gender parity, y'all. And you can get all the way up to 100 points for that. You can get 100 points. Shout out to the World Economic Forum for being on bullshit. Right? Listen, ladies, for me, and I'm going to say it for myself here, you ain't supposed to be able to do everything. You're not supposed to work in every industry that I can work in. We're not built the same. What say you, Brother Juan? We are not built the same.
Inclusiveness does not supersede the love of oneself and its people. You say this again. Inclusiveness does not supersede the love of myself and my people. And I would dare say that anybody listening to this broadcast, if there was a famine in the land, and normally if there will be a famine that comes to hit the nation, if the supply lines fall or disturb and food becomes scarce, normally people will go to their respective groups. You will see Asians go to Asians. You see whites going to whites. You see Latinos go to Latinos. And blacks going to blacks. Because number one, if you don't speak their language, you're not going to be able to understand what they're saying. So, hypothetically, if I'm Asian or I'm Latino, and I get to choose between feeding your black community and my Asian community, and we talk about inclusion, Who do you think I'm going to feed? I'm going to feed the Asians. And then what's left over, I may just give it to you. But if it means the starvation of my people, they will watch you die. And I don't blame them. The only people who practice inclusion are those who go to school and you see inclusion in your schools. But when they get our children, but when they get on the bus, they have to come back home, you're not seeing inclusion. You see inclusion in schools. You're not seeing inclusion in neighborhoods. People go back to their neighborhood. It's a fallacy. It's a fraud.
Brother, I am going down this list here, and I'm just really looking at now. See, now the interesting thing that stood out to me is that what they value certain subcategories as far as point are concerned, and the fact that they gave you 100 points for gender parity in the labor force, and only gave you a maximum of 7 in inclusion in the workforce. That's interesting to me. Gender parity. So just now, when we see men who now say that, okay, name the Bill, but now it's Becky or Bianca or Beatrice now. He's Beatrice. And he can go now and fight in the MMA against naturally born women, right? And when I hear another woman say to a man who has gone through sex change, I then say to myself, are you out of your fucking mind?
No, she should be encouraged to fight him out of sisterhood to prove that it works. I would get her booked as an MMA fighter against all the threats. This is wonderful. This thing, women's not going to change. We have to let stupid women fall on their sword. We can't save or protect them. So my thing is help them fall on the sword. Don't push them, but you can put some rock and roll on the floor. It's time for people to pay for this, and they're paying. And there are women across the country being violated in their spaces, but the men that spoke up for Title VII were told that they didn't like women. Men that wanted women had their own spaces hate women. Men that want pretend women in women's spaces are enlightened. See, who did this? This has been done by women. It isn't men. Women made this. They've treated womanhood as if it's just a skirt, or buying feminine products is what makes a woman. And they have. And women are going to pay for that, letting people speak for them that don't have their best interests at heart. And they silence men when men speak honestly. They're sexist. So men that want women to have are women's enemies, and men that are taking from women are the good people. And I guess the same thing works with homosexuality. The abuser, the batterer, the bad boy is the desired guy. In fact, the only thing that can make that right is God. Like I said at the beginning of this conversation, there's got to be morals and principles and values which we don't have. So the scripture says, how can they know unless that they've been sent to preacher? We need people preaching patriarchy, living patriarchy, and writing about patriarchy. As Juan talked about the power of the spoken word, the written word, and there was one other thing he said, the revealed word, whatever, something to that effect. This has to happen. By the way, I have an associate who was talking about what was going on in the military. And the military is going to be a wonderful place of instruction for women. He was sharing with me that there were these women who they wanted to box the men, and the men were begging the women, don't do this. And the women felt discriminated against. And they went to the chain of command to restrain the men protecting them. So the guy says, look, I'm not going to lose everything over protecting women. Let the women fight the men. And the men were kicking those women's asses in the military boxing thing. And by the way, we have the draft. We've got Biden, who all these women just love his sorry, degenerate sons and daughters. Well, if you get captured in the Middle East, ladies, and women can get drafted now. They finally got you. You're so determined to be men without having to pay what men pay for being men. You know, we men are made aware of childbirth and what women go through. We all understand that. There's no concept among many of the women that recognize that men have travails too. It's just them. It's completely one-sided. They had that play, vagina monologue, and that's what the hell it is. Feminism is a insane vagina monologue that tells a whole bunch of dumb stuff to women, and they believe it. And I want to say this: when these women get out there and the military and all of that, it's going to be rough. I remember following Desert Storm 1, there were cases of men getting raped by men on the battlefield. I remember one particular story where one man asked another man for sex, and the man refused. That guy hit him over the head with the helmet and took it. If he do that to a battle-trained soldier, how do you think these women will be treated in a war situation with a bunch of horny, crazy-ass men that are trained to kill? I'm not justifying it. I don't want women to be touched. I want to bring up the fact that every year in the military, it's estimated about 19,000 women get raped, but what we don't talk about is 50,000 plus men get raped in the military. Come on. For all the women that says men have it easy, you guys are fucking liars. Men get molested. In fact, a disproportionate number of the molesters and killers and children are women. Okay? They don't keep statistics because in this society we protect women. We're not looking for women to have problems. We want to deal with men's problems. A lot of women feel like they're ignored. To me, you get a lot of leeway when nobody's paying attention to you. When I see the black women in the Walmart shoplifting, fighting with the security officers, I'm thinking, I see them as getting off easy. I know a black man would have been shot dead. Not a person trying to hold him down or hit him once, about dying. Some of the women are so fucking stupid. I have to call it that. They compare getting hit as a woman to a man losing his life. That shows you how little value they put on male lives. These are be their own. Okay. Another example: a man can be abusive to a child, which is evil and should be punished. And it is seen as more severe than a mother killing her children. Women aren't held fully accountable for very serious things they do because women are a protected class. A lot of women saying we don't want to be protected, but in reality, you need to be protected. Well, you need to be protected and remove the protections. Go to the damn battlefield. If you have a situation of triage, and you're not seriously wounded, maybe you had cramps in the Army hospital, and another man is more seriously wounded, maybe they won't help you, lady, and put the man first. They won't say, oh, ladies first. This is the kind of treatment a lot of women are accustomed to. And a lot of these women haven't been other places where the guys will knock over women to get on the buses. I don't think American women in general have an idea of how rough it can be being a woman in the world. What they consider rough, like some jokes, whatever, this harassment and all, it's serious, it's bad. I'm never going to say that women don't catch hell, but I always contrast my first trip to Africa, seeing a woman carry about 100 pounds of wood, 200 pounds of wood on her head, and walk that shit a couple miles. And hear ladies complain about having to wait 30 minutes for a bus. And I'm thinking, relatively speaking, who, right? Or who would like to walk 5-10 miles with a bucket of water on their head? And that's how hundreds of millions, billions of women really endure difficulty being women. And the women in our culture who are seriously pandered to, feel like, man, people beat them up in some dungeon of the Catholic Inquisition. And it's unrealistic. They've been lied to. I was talking to you about this book I wanted to have a discussion on, Bernace's book, Propaganda. And our women do not catch hell like women do in other cultures. The book on propaganda talks about how people's consent and understanding is being manipulated by other people. The American woman, in general, the Black American woman in particular, is constantly being manipulated. She's constantly being subverted, constantly. And it's not by Black men. It's done by white men, often in association with your allies, white women, that are tearing Black women down. And Bernays, I had the book right here, Propaganda. Should I read that portion to them, Sheriff? I was reading to you the other day.
Well, I'll tell you what. I have it on stamp. I got the Negro in here. I'm going to let him get his filled in.
Oh, they're
And we go right back to you with that piece. Negro, welcome to the kitchen, sir. PATTALK. You know we had to run this back because we got a few things to chop up on here. What's the word, Negro? What's happening with you?
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, brother Chef. Good afternoon, Dr. Short. Also, Lord Wolf. Also, white women, I like white women black, but we know white women.
So, white woman is symbolic. It's not actual.
White afternoon to you, brother Negro. White afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. I want to touch upon that diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'll go one step further. It's everything but the heterosexual Black man. From what I observed campuses, how it's been applied, every ethnic group, person, under the guise of, I would say, globalism, and under the guise of globalism and marketing and stuff like that, they make sure that they incorporate everybody to a conversation that should be American focused. Like, for example, in one of the classes, they're talking about the Mann Act. From a Black American perspective, especially if you're a heterosexual Black man, you're going to think of Jack Johnson. You're going to think about the laws that they were using against that man to say that he couldn't pick a woman so as he would choose or whatever. And that was a law that was used against Black men to break up interracial dating. I'm not really for that, but it's the principle of denying a man the humanity of the right who they had to choose and all that other kumbaya stuff. And that was some of the points that I wanted to highlight, that they can mention white slavery, but they don't want to mention the Black slavery of the buck breaking, the stuff that they have done to Black men to shatter the myth of intersectionality. So those are just some of the things how I look at diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how it hurt people that are in higher education, as well as any form of education. They're making diversity, equity, inclusion like the soup for the dead, if you get what I mean.
Well, sir, Massa and Mammy are intersectional.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll put the receipt up there for you. Diversity, equity, inclusion. That's from your white source. I know a lot of you don't really care unless it comes from the white source. So that's the white right there.
That's the white woman receipt.
There you go. So that's for y'all. Wikipedia gave it to me, so don't hold nothing. Okay. So definitely check that out. Brother Short, that search you got the book from us, sir. Definitely read that off for us.
Yeah, I'm going to read just a paragraph of the father of mass psychology, which is basically brainwashing. And this was made in 1924, back when they were beginning to create the precursor to television and radio. And much of the radio content is made to pit women against men. It's been 100 years of making women hate men. And, but you know, it's so normal for women to be against men in our culture. And sorry ass men, as long as they get some booze publicity, they just accept it. You know, men are very easily duped unless they're queens. But anyway, what does he say? This is from the chapter Organizing Chaos. Let me put up my white glasses. I need white glasses. The black glasses.
What was the name of the book again for everybody?
The book is called Propaganda.
There you go.
By Edward Bernays. And listen to this. The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country. We are governed, black women. Minds are molded, black woman, emphasis mind. Our tastes are formed, black woman. Our ideas suggested, black women, largely by men we have never heard of, black women. This is the logical result of the way in which our democratic society is organized. Vast numbers of human beings must cooperate in this manner if they are to live together as a smoothly functioning society. Our invisible governors are, in many cases, unaware of the identity of their fellow members of the inner cabinet. They govern by the qualities of their natural leadership, their ability to supply needed ideas, and their key position in the social structure. Whatever attitude one chooses towards this condition, it remains a fact that in almost every act of our daily lives, black women, whether the sphere of politics or business, in our social conduct or our ethical thinking, black women, we are dominated by the relatively small number of persons, a trifling fraction of our 120 million, who understand the mental processes and social patterns of the masses, black women. It is they who pull the wires which control the public mind, who harness the old social forces and contrive new ways to bind and guide the world. I'm going to skip a paragraph. In theory, every citizen makes up his mind on public questions and matters of public conduct. Black women. In practice, if all men had to study for themselves the abstruse economic, political, and ethical data involved in every question, they would find it impossible to come to a conclusion without anything. We have voluntarily agreed to let an invisible government, this includes radical feminist black women, we've allowed this invisible government to sift the data and high spot the outstanding issues so that our field of choice shall be narrowed down to practical proportions. From our leaders and the media they use to reach the public, we accept the evidence and the demarcation of issues bearing upon public question from some ethical teacher, be it a minister, a favorite essayist, or merely prevailing opinion, we accept the standardized code of social conduct to which we conform most of the time. Sisters, in theory, everybody buys the best, cheapest commodities offered him on the market. In practice, if everyone went around pricing and chemically tasting before purchasing dozens of soaps or fabrics or brands of bread which are for sale, economic life would be hopelessly jammed. To avoid such confusion, society consents to have its choice narrowed to ideas and objects brought to its attention through propaganda of all kinds, like Oprah Winfrey's colored slurple. There's consequently a vast, continuous effort going on to capture our minds in the interest of some policy or commodity or idea, like abortion, black women, like divorce, like black men ain't shit, like feminism, like intersectionality, like diversity, inclusion, and equity, like Black Lives Matter, like the Democratic Party. You're being masturbated. It might be better to have, instead of propaganda and social pleading, committees of wise men who would choose our rulers, dictate our conduct, private and public, and decide upon the best types of clothes for us to wear and the best kinds of foods for us to eat. But we have chosen the opposite method, that of open competition. We must find a way to make free competition function with reasonable smoothness. To achieve this, society has consented to permit free competition to be organized by leadership and propaganda.
That's listen, I gotta say here, Brother Short, ladies and gentlemen, essentially all of what I heard, and I'm gonna go to Brother Lone Wolf. They're basically saying we know this. We know how to cattle them. We know what makes them tick. Short. They count on you to be to have one inkling of emotional intelligence. Right? They count on you to be reckless. And they know that there's a population problem, which their goal is to have the majority of our women think move forward with these emotionless, calculus, do nothing attempts to kind of put you guys back in, well, you ladies, in a place where it doesn't benefit you. It's designed to destroy, and actually to muzzle out, to prevent it from even taking place. They got a book. They got the ABC's 1, 2, 3 book of how to get it.
And you know, it's amazing, Chef. They even this. Irene Castle established a fashion of short hair, which dominates 9/10 of women who make any pretense of being fashionable. It's fashionably that set the mode for short skirt, for wearing which 20 years ago any woman would have simply been thrown into jail by the New York City police, and the entire woman's clothing industry capitalized at hundreds of millions of dollars. It must be reorganized to conform to their dictum. There are invisible rulers who control the destiny of millions. You're being played. Unfortunately, the people that you see or that you know talking to you don't own the media, don't have that. And I understand, which is why the nasty, despicable celebrities, no matter how many women they beat, infect, abuse, get more attention than your common day person that stands on principle because they're not in this propaganda game. The matrix that our sisters are in, the demographic in this country that watches the most television of any group of people are Black American women. That's why Fox, a channel that completely hates Black people when it comes to news, makes all the programming to screw our women in the brain. And they love Fox. Fox hates us. It should be called Bucks. But that's what folk like.
Brother Lone Wolf. I mean, you want to talk about receipts? You want to talk about scholarship? Brother, how much you feel? You got to go, Brother Lone Wolf.
After what Dr. Short said, it is very plain. I think the question we must ask ourselves is who planted your thoughts in you? Who's responsible for your appetite? You just don't wake up and say, I feel this way. Somebody somewhere made a conscious decision to plant that thought in. That's what I received from Dr. Short in the propaganda.
He ain't gonna be nothing. None of them ever kill it.
Watch
You know
this.
how Black men are.
Delete, yes, sir. Delete.
You know, when you want to erase a computer, you give it a virus. You have to do
Let
a
me
hard,
that book again, Brother Short. Pardon me, Brother Lone Wolf. Keep speaking, Brother Lone Wolf.
when you want to erase information on a computer, you give it a virus. A virus that cannot be taken off. So you got to do a hard reset. And they warn you at your phone stores, at your computer stores, they say there's a virus on your computer. We won't be able to save nothing. We had to do a hard reset. You say okay, but there's nothing there, and it's a clean slate again. We're looking at.
the body count.
Well, I'm saying this about us, about our mindsets, about our women. You know, if you don't know who you are, you'll be what somebody else tell you to be.
Come, say that again, Brother Lone Wolf.
If you don't know who you are, you will be what somebody tell you to be. And that's the hard reset. Okay? That's the hard reset. That's what we fight against. An identity crisis. A split personality. Like having a whiteboard where you just put your thoughts and memories on it or what you want to do, your goals, your expectations on it. That's us. The reason why people can come in and do to us what others won't let them do is because the memory has been wiped clean.
And a faulty central process.
Okay? So what Dr. Short said is 1000% correct. The reading of that propaganda book is absolutely correct. And we got to come to the realization that some of us, our memories have been erased. And when they know your memory's been erased, they will put their memories, their thoughts, their desires in your head, and you would think that that's you. Again, we got to ask the question, who put these thoughts in my head? And I'll land that plane on that.
No, Brother Lone Wolf. When there's nothing there, quote unquote, it must be filled with something else.
Facts.
And listen, when we talk about propaganda, you know, our gullible nature is the very thing that has been weaponized to eliminate. Gullible. But I'm gonna go to the Negro right quick, and then we'll play some more of this propaganda, this political feed by your pass around BP. Negro, you got the floor, sir.
Yeah, it sounds like that old school song by Chuck D, Public Enemy. She watches zero. Right, like she watch channels. I really think there needs to be a culture and a push with our women to unplug from the TV.
Mm-hmm.
There needs to be a strong campaign to even start reading our history, because I look at mothers of the first teachers next to our children, and if their head's not straight, then how are our babies going to be straight? How are our babies going to be educated and understanding what they need to know about the system that we're living in? So those are just some of the concerns that I see, and if they're getting appropriate through media that we're not creating ourselves in the interest of ourselves, in the best image of ourselves, I feel like we're just doing ourselves a disservice. And I want to go one step further with you, brother Chef. Chef. It reminds me of when brother Dr. Stroke was talking about Fox News. It reminds me of those Chinese restaurants and those nail pops that they like to go to and make excuses for. That's what it sounds like.
The beauty supply places. And the massage places. As long as it's not a black man, they can't wait to go.
See? Keep going, Negro. Talk that talk. Because I see more quote unquote sisters and Jackie Chan rub on their feet than them even taking the time out to find black male tech, pedicurists, etc. They won't take the time out to even search for these individuals.
It's not even that, brother. They even have, when they join HR, places like our university have Latino janitors, Latino caterers, folks that do the grass. I mean, anybody but us. That's it. It's damn. And I'm thinking about someone, I'm not going to talk about your girlfriend, but they got a El Salvadoran dude that looked like an iguana or a man who's all short, would never touch a black man. It's about 5'1". He better be 6'2". The better look, could better have it together. And in fact, watch a lot of these migrants. It's the same way that a stud. I put pictures of the studs when I'm out. I take pictures of the fly studs and shit on Facebook. That some of the most unattractive women who don't even look like good-looking men have all the girls. And a man, he's zero. And it goes back to what Negro said. Straight black men are outcasts in our community. Remember they put that stuff in the griot? I think it was some stud or some queen.
The white black women of society or some crazy.
That said, straight black men are the white bigots of Black America. And so the enemy of society has always been the heterosexual black man. All the way back in that turn of the street, Frederick Douglass Street. I mean, which is why folks are going to make movies about Brian Rustin. You know, I can't wait until they do a book or a movie on Brian Rustin's white brother, all he went through to be with the black dude. It's going to get all the awards and citations. You know, I wonder who's going to play it. Maybe Brad Pitt can come out here and play Brian Rustin's boyfriend, trying to get a role he really wants. Anyway, or Tom Cruise. Got the name for it.
Or the Negro. Listen, actually, pardon me. Go ahead and finish your thought, Negro. Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, I just said thank you, brothers, for the support on that, because there's a lot of context that I'm trying to bring in. And yeah, I'm coming when I see this on campuses, we're specifically excluded from these conversations, undervalued, undergraded. I look at it as an educational suicide that's against our people. Genocide against our people academically. men don't perform well, if they buck the system, they write things in the interest of their people, they're already disqualified, they're benign, they're neglected, and don't get the attention and the resources that they so seek from these institutions that they need to, so that they can be better producers and stuff in the field of life. So, and I see how other topics like the women, the Asians, the Latinos, all these other groups under diversity, equity, and inclusion gets all these preferential treatments at the expense of the black man. So, black man, yeah. I really highlight it because if you are an LGBTQ black man, you're going to get elevated over a lot of the groups as well. And they're part of the diversity group that is meant to hold that, say, keep down the Negro.
And can I add to what he's saying? And I want to say this because it just needs to be said. In this very short life of mine, I've met a couple of people who were involved in the Black struggle. I want to start by saying, what's this guy Neighbors, the dude that was fighting with the white dudes and got all the charges, those things. When it was, on the cover of Ebony trying to reflect
Yes, sir.
John Majors, well, he should be a minor. Probably isn't his man. That white girl would have saved him otherwise. Yeah, I said it.
Talk that shit.
Oh man, it's on the go.
I'm going to say this to you. Most people don't know that Dr. King, before he could get back to America with the Nobel Peace Prize, he was doing Rock'em Sock'em Robots with Coretta Scott King. If you ever wonder why a dude cheated, Coretta Scott King was mad that Dr. King didn't pocket all the money from the Peace Prize. She felt like the money that he got from the movement belonged to her. If you wonder why the King kids are so fucked up, that didn't come from Martin, that came from Mama. So Martin Luther King is, not only did he have to fight the FBI and everybody else, you have a wife who basically wants to be Lena Horne and shit. And so literally, hey, Martin, shit, I need some new fur coat. Steal from the movement. It's our money. If I told you how many people had another friend, you may have heard of him, named James Farmer. And in a candid conversation I had with James Farmer, because I asked him straight up, excuse me, elder black man, but why do all you black leader types have white pussy, if I could ask you? It's not an inference. And he took the time to say to me, young man, I love black women. My first wife was white, a matter of fact. But she didn't like the movement. She wanted me to just make money, and I couldn't do that because I was concerned about my people. So my first marriage failed because I loved my people, and my wife didn't love me for loving my people. So that James Farmer, with the patch over his eyes that you thought was into white woman, got ditched by his black wife for being committed to his people. As quietly as his step, Betty Shabazz threw Malcolm X out 3 times. 3.
Hold on, Brother Straw. Hold on. You said it. Listen.
She threw Malcolm out, put his shit out. Why do you think Malcolm X's stuff got taken in the storage unit and everybody came? She caught all his papers and shit in the trash. His friends had to go and rescue it. I'm not attacking Mrs. Shabazz, but just tell you what happened. And we, because they're women, again, the vagina in the movement is the American Express pass. Don't leave home without it. And trust me, it is a passport, it is a visa, and I don't think it should be an unqualified visa. It should be a restricted visa. So a whole bunch of these people you see were different folks. They were with the black person first. Oh, my movement grandfather, C.T. Vivian, who died 2 years ago, told me. Now his second wife was black, but his first wife basically told them as they're about to make love, if you want to get this, get out of the movement. In fact, no more of the, you have to pick me or the movement. Stop helping black people and just look out for me. If I told you how many black people in the movement, New York, Herbert Dodson, who I guess now is not seen in the same light that he once was, Mrs. Dodson's like, I'm not trying to be broke. A lot of black men, when they get married and find a black, can't even be committed to their people for their black woman. And you know what? None of these black men would ever dare put that in writing because they don't want to hurt the woman or the children. If it were a black man blocking a black woman from serving the people, that shit would be everywhere because we don't practice privacy and confidentiality for the black man. Oprah Winfrey is the worst example of it. That's why I attacked that stud so vociferously. In fact, even that Urkel-looking broad, what's her name? Gay. She has the right last name too. Claudine. It should be just called Claude. She looks like Urkel. What was she at Harvard for? To get rid of, to be the hatchet man, the black men that work for Harvard. So even in the workplace,
Don't blaze over that, brother Short.
Yeah, get that name out, Dr. Short.
what was she engaged? She was there to be a hatchet woman for blacks, and she's a Haitian. She's not an FBA. You get these kinds of people. Shirley Chisler was a hatchet woman for the Congressional Black Caucus. Her job was to supersede the Congressional Black Caucus. GCP and others put her up to doing it. And they're making a movie. And frankly, I heard that the Moose in Alaska are angry at Regina King for stealing all the acting jobs because she's going to play Shirley Chisholm. And I think Regina King is too attractive to play Shirley Chisholm. Maybe Whoopi Goldberg, even Whoopi Goldberg is way better looking than Shirley Chisholm. I mean, and I hate to have to say Whoopi, but yeah, if you had to choose between going down on Whoopi Goldberg or Shirley Chisholm, we already know how that vote would be. It would be like Trump in Iowa. We'd be ahead by like 30 points. So a lot of, we can't get forward momentum sometimes because of the home life. And it happens. So a whole bunch of people, when you see people who are completely committed, when we've had dedicated leadership, like April Randolph's wife, who's the unsung hero of the civil rights movement, which is why I'm very interested in Wazi history, Black warrior sisters history. That's the kind of shit I like, the Black women that would have Black women's back. April Randolph's wife financed that whole brotherhood of sleeping car board and stuff. We got to talk about that kind of thing, okay? But there are a lot of folks who work against the movement in the name of living good. And this is why you have a lot of sorry-ass ministers who have co-pastor wives, and the wives don't like anything going on in the community because they want to live good. They don't want to risk. And that's because we have been split as a community, and frankly, they have made Black women into a separate race. And I used to get told this as a student at Harvard, well, Black women are in a different class from Black men. Straight Black men were seen as bad people. Gay people were seen as a category, and Black women, that basically, Black women were seen as basically an extension of gay people. Believe it or not, Black women were basically treated like honorary lesbians. Basically, lesbianism and Black women is sort of interchangeable because Black women are not seen as women in the same way white women are. and black women don't see that. It's like a show horse and a sharecropper's mule. The black woman's the sharecropper's mule, and the white woman is a Tennessee stepper. You know, when you see the Budweiser commercials, you have those nice horses with all the plumage on their feet. That's who they have pulled their beer wagon. That's what the white woman is. You'll never see them have mules. In fact, the last time I saw the mules pulling anything that was dignified was the casket of Dr. King back in April of 1968.
Well, I'll tell you what, Brother George. You know, jeez, man. Let me play to this track here, y'all.
And by the way, we need to do that roster of all the other people on that sticker, the flyer.
Oh, absolutely. Hold on one second. Let me play this. Let me play a little bit more of this, and then we're gonna go right into the thumbnail. Check this out.
To agree, the government should not be telling her what to do with her body.
Really?
It should tell Kamala that she needs to get tested.
And Brother Lone Wolf, is this not the same administration that said, we are losing our patience with you? The shot. Is this not the same administration that warned everyone who refused to take that poison that if you do not, you will no longer be able to keep a roof over your head or your children's head. No one cares. Look out for your neighbor. Huh? Brother Juan, what say you, Brother Juan? Her body, her choice.
As I reiterate, I said earlier, that passage in the women can ascribe to my body, my choice, but you're going against God. I mean, you're going against God. Jeremiah 1:5. Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. One of our parents decided not to have an abortion. We're here today.
That's right. That's right.
The persons who's advocating for it are here because one of their parents or both parents decided we are not going to end the life of our
And
child.
Kamala's an example. Her parents were in college when her mother got pregnant.
Okay.
She would have been, in fact, I mean, unfortunately, she was born too early. She wouldn't be here. Had it been a few years later, they would have bumped her ass off. Because shortly after Kamala was born, the United States began pressuring India to do abortion in order to get food aid. May I shout out a news flash, y'all? I want to just celebrate. Let me get my tambourine out and say that the color purple yesterday grossed only $104,000 nationally at 1,178 theaters, which is about $87 a theater for screening. It's on the way out. I want to thank people like you for not supporting this smut, man-hate musical. Thank you. The color purple, man. It's 3 days in a row the color purple hasn't pulled $145,000 nationally. So in the last 3 days, the color purple hasn't pulled in $500,000. It's a bomb.
Listen.
And it bombed today too, and it's going to bomb tomorrow.
Well, we look forward to the debacle of Brother Dr. Short. And you know what? Brother Juan Johnson, finish your thoughts, sir. You were something here. And then we're going to go into the rest of that thumbnail.
Well, I'll say this in reference to the color purple.
Yes, sir.
It was a bomb that was dropped on the black community. It was a lie that was dropped on us. And no lie can live forever. And that's
And
why.
no liar.
Or lie. And that's why it's fallen like a comet. It's fallen. So I salute those who did not go and support that garbage. Because it was straight garbage.
$159,000 in 3 days.
And those that went and trying to convince themselves it was good.
Right. Brother Juan, you know, with that being said, listen, we're going to go into the rest of this thing here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start with first and foremost. You see, I got your girl, Myrtle Urkel in the building. It was a grand opening and a grand closing for Mother Urkel. They came out and, you know, she was the first black blah, blah, blah to be appointed president at Harvard University. Started one way, and a little less than 8 months later, got her the fuck up out of it.
Urkel.
Got her out there. She was done. But again, this goes back to what you said, Brother Short. She was a hatchman. Probably to get some of that senior black presence out of there. They turned her loose.
Mm-hmm.
Turned her loose, and we can't do it, so we need somebody like you.
And then the first person she destroyed was Ron Sullivan. We went to Harvard together. He helped create the best public defender program in D.C. that's in the nation. A good guy. She despised him and his wife over something stupid.
See,
Go ahead,
Brother Short.
I know he's a good person. It's criminal, and she fired other people. She does what a lot of tethers do. They come in, and they're the ones. I had a Guyanese bitch set on me by some GCPs when they work for public television. They use them to attack us. That happened to me in the 90s. I've been, and in particular when they're tether females, they really, them, that's his. Anyway, let me just stop. Go ahead, let's move on.
Well, I need that music on for this. You know, Brother Juan, brother Negro, what say you about the hired black-looking assassin? Because folks, some of these feminists, they're gonna come and say, "Well, no, she was black. She was black." You know, but she doesn't share our sentiment, and if she were black, our minds, right? Because this complexion stuff has been so dangerous for us. It's been very, very dangerous for Black Americans. If she were black, as they call it, right? Because to them, they're doing the all one drop Negro rule here, right? She would have had a little more, at least from me. I believe she would have had a lot more sympathy, camaraderie just coming into that institution instead of being a hired hitman and not being able to peep the long run play. They kept her in there, gentlemen, long enough to get the job done and not a stitch longer.
And Harvard didn't get sued for millions of dollars because she did it. That's why they let her have that $900,000 salary. Because Sullivan is a good guy. He worked his ass off. My only fault with him is that, he's with O'Faggot.
So the Negro, what say you about the hired hitman? Should we look out? Should we continue to look out for these folks. I mean, I'm not gonna say all immigrants are the same. That's not the case.
It's okay if you do.
Yeah, I can't hold that because I gotta.
Come on. Have some fun.
But Negro, what say you, sir?
In the educational environment, I'm directly adversarial to these guys. They want to be in the Black Student Union and also in the African Student Union and take the role both and guide Black or Negro-American people to our quote-unquote demise. So, I'm not really cool with that. No, they're not that smart. Some of the people don't even deserve the right to be there. They're taking the rights from our people. And there needs to be more of a stricter policy, like a credit check on these type of individuals to make sure that they're really up to those standards. Because they're bumping out good, legitimate Black folks, most particularly Black men, and across the board of all disciplines. Not just one of them, all the disciplines were being unfortunately affected.
Yes, sir, Negro. And listen, I agree with you 1,000%. The vetting process, that's whatever that process is. I need to see more of it because it's pretty shitty right now, if we're gonna be honest.
Well,
And,
Chef,
Brother Lone Wolf, sir.
yeah,
Man.
let me add some context. I actually watched those hearings for her and the other 4 young ladies who was over in certain colleges. I watched the hearings, and the nail in the coffin for her was she couldn't decide on whether she got stuck between that anti-Semitism question. She couldn't defend the Jewish community.
But who else was she supposed to defend, dumbass? I went to school up there.
Okay.
Who else were you supposed to? Half the faculty is GCP. What's she thinking?
She wasn't thinking. She couldn't answer the question.
She doesn't have to think because she has an American Express card in the drawers. That's what I'm talking about.
So they went ham on her to answer that question, and she was going with the DIE, diversity, equality, inclusion piece. And she died right there, and that's in the hearing.
Well, they didn't go ham; they went white steak.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
They got her out of there because she couldn't toe the line for that bullshit.
She was pushing DIE or DEI.
Well,
come on.
She got DEI.
She was pushing it and got pushed out the window.
And her barber needs DIE. And where's her child? She doesn't look like she's had kids. I wonder if that dude is just another beard. A lot of weird people come out of Stanford. Like Kamala Harris has no children. Oprah Winfrey killed the one baby she had. Notice a lot of these women on really stupid shit don't have children, in particular Black women. That's what Margaret Sanger wanted. In exchange for having a family, you get an education or a career, but you don't have children. White women get both. And more power to white women. I see them pushing more baby buggies than I see Black women with both grocery carts. They get their career and they get it. This is think that they being like white women. What do you really know about white women other than you want to be one? You wish you had hair like that. You don't know a damn thing about white women. Stop acting like you know about white women. Well, Black folks don't study white people. Black folks think the same way white folks don't study Black folks, except when they want to rip us off for money. Now they know how to get in our pockets, don't know who we are, don't care. We care and don't know, so we have no excuse.
Well, I tell you what, gentlemen. Brother Short shared a diagram for me with me the other day, and I want you to listen. When we talk about the book propaganda, right, that he shared with us, we have on this scale here that you see on the screen, okay, where some of the thought process is coming from.
Ever check albino Gail King?
Okay. Now you're looking at some of the disillusions, the delusional fucking phases of different where a lot of them, especially where most of the rhetoric comes from. And listen, at age 18 to 29, all right, here's the thing. Those are the kind of the golden years for most women. Okay, golden years. Now, that's when they're supposed to really be in, get themselves a solid husband, get them somebody that's gonna hold them down. That's the golden years, and then it's all down here after 29. Our great ancestors and righteous one, Kevin Samuels, told us when the deterioration began. Okay? Some of the golden years. Try to tell you how to get and when you should be getting you a qualified man. Okay? Now, when you go into the delusional phase, let's start there. I think they're being graceful with this chart here. I think it should have started around 27. But the chart is saying 30 to 40. Okay? And the mindset, that mindset in me is like this. Okay, I might have increased. Well, I might have messed up spending my younger, pretty, fertile years chasing the type of men that I was attracted to through my attracted to. Though I'm a single mother, I'm still pretty and I'm still a prime gentleman would fight. Listen, for me, when I got back on the scene, and I want to hear from you, Brother Lone Wolf, and then we go to the Negro, and then, of course, I'll speak to Brother Short. When I jumped back on the scene after my divorce, gentlemen, it was like I couldn't find a woman between those ages who didn't have a child. Okay? And for me, sir, gentlemen, the stepdad, the guy, that stepdad, man, he don't get enough credit. He don't get enough respect.
He don't get any.
He got to deal with the trifling ants if he's still around. He got to deal with the kid who at some point gonna say, "Nigga, you not my dad."
I don't want to be your dad.
You understand? He's gonna deal with that at some point. And all we're supposed to do is sit there and say, "You know what? I'm doing right by God. This is where He wants me to be. I'm supposed to step into this young man's life, or this young girl's life. And I'm supposed to accept holy family." Brother Lone Wolf, I don't know your marital status. All of you gentlemen on the panel right now, I don't know your status so much. I know me, I'm in a happy relationship right now. Very happy. I don't have a woman that's in any of these categories. Okay? She doesn't exist. And I've been blessed.
Stay blessed. Don't tell people about her. Feminists will get to her behind your back and make her hate you.
Brother Lone, tell me, sir, a striping young man like yourself, the delusional woman out there, does she stand a chance with the lone?
That's a loaded question.
You're good.
Come on with it. ordained.
But I will answer the question. I am single like a dollar bill, like a single cigarette is sold in one of those ghetto convenience stores. You can buy the pack or the single. I will say this about relationships. I am again. I do have children. I've got two girls. They're grown. I don't have to worry about doing no child support and stuff like that. They're doing their thing. As far as the dating scene, and if you are a male who's interested or entertaining a woman with child, you must always consider that that father of that child has access to that child. Always, no matter your relationship with that female that you're with. And I speak from experience because, again, my I was raised by a stepfather, okay, who poured all he could into us, and then he had a situation where he snapped when my brother got killed back in '93, and I guess he kind of felt as though that he couldn't protect them, so he snapped on everybody else. Okay, so we had to, as a brothers and mother, I had to defend my mom. So whatever collateral he built up, it was erased just that fast. And anybody who's talking about entertaining a stepchild, if the woman has to pick between you and her child, she's gonna pick her child. Okay? Let's keep it 100. Not saying it can't happen. Will I date a woman with a child? I'll consider everything. But at the same time, I realize that I stand to lose in the end because, again, the loyalty that that woman has for her child supersedes that relationship she has with you. I've been there. I've seen it. I've experienced it. I got the scars. I treat very, very lightly in those relationships because I know a woman will sacrifice everything. Look, will sacrifice the community for that child. I say it all the time with these predators among us in these streets, causing havoc if their mothers are housing them at the expense of robbing and stealing and killing innocent people in the community. So I would be careful. I have to weigh all my options. And that right there, I don't know if I would recommend that. I don't know.
I'm not the one. Oh, no, no. But if it ain't my batter, I'm not baking the cake.
Hey, listen, I tell you what, gentlemen, brother Lone Wolf, you say you'll go into it, but it ain't. But plan to lose. You hope for the best, but plan for the worst.
You plan for the worst and hope for the best. Just the opposite. Because if you and that mother get into an argument or disagreement and that child is there, he's gonna side with the mom because he have to take his mom from you. He don't know you. That's a very dangerous situation to be in. And you must ask the question, is it worth it? Knowing that, because there's three people involved. It's you, the woman, and the baby father who's there or not there. It's three people, not just two. You don't get into these situations lightly because they could be fatal.
Well, I say this for the lone wolf. You know, a guy who was in the field. You know, I have seen the closet feminist weaponize her child against me.
A closet feminist means she's straight. A heterosexual feminist.
There you go.
Okay. There you go. Or a feminist that likes dick.
There you go. Talk that. Right. She has weaponized child against several of them. The weaponization of the single mother to a unassuming deer in the headlight stepdad to be. He's a deer in the headlight.
He's a sucker with his crotch tight. It's a different thing.
Hey, there are some good women with children, integrity-driven women. Some. But I'll tell you, it is very rare.
That's like saying there's a good black man at the feminist literature conference.
Hey, come on.
You know, the women start yelling and screaming, no, all are bad. It's fun. We're just acting like feminist folks, like not seeing both sides. People don't like that. If we did what the ladies did, women would be mad. So to me, I'm just being a male feminist. It's cool, like not understanding or explaining or trying to make a judgment for illogical, stupid ideas. It's such a liberating experience. You have to walk in the light of patriarchy, brothers.
Standing on male feminist business, they say.
Yeah, anti-feminist. It's gotta go.
Well, Negro, the brother Negro. I gotta hear from you, brother Negro. You know, I know you on them streets. You understand? Them streets ain't been fair. They never played fair. Okay? And you got a Negro, an unassuming Negro out there.
Wait. So me on the other hand, I'm 37, no kid, no wife, no children.
You need higher education. You need to get out of there.
Yeah, I'm in higher education.
It's a terrible place to make women.
Man, like they don't like I'm still young in the face, so some of the women think I'm like a senior or whatever. But they still ain't giving no brother no play, man. Like it's crazy.
But you mean black women? You mean black women aren't?
Yeah.
You're fighting the white women off, trying to save yourself for an undeserving FBA female.
Yeah, that's just the road how it's going. But brother, sure, I've already lived out the past 4 days. Like working at the casino, I saw a lot of different ethnicity of women, how they move. I'm pretty much all set right now. So especially with this day and age, with the dynamic of the game, all these other ethnic of the game, if you get what I mean. All these women are not a part of our lineage, but they're very pretty. The J-Lo's of the game. These women have a lot of disparagement and hatred towards black men. And I've learned, like, firsthand experience, it doesn't matter if they're melanated or not. Nothing like this home. I'd rather stick to home. That's what I'm kind of asking today.
You said all ethnicities. Okay? And,
Yes, man.
you know, listen, there's a friend who likes to around bricks. And, you know, Brick Queen! I'm not to share the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Make sure you like, share, subscribe to all of our platforms. Angry Black Man's Book Club, Lone Wolf, and you got the Negro Nights channel, and also on their next podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you like, share, subscribe. I'm going to share this screen. Now, you see the lady down there, got, put her behind the little sassy boy. We'll get into him shortly.
She's got depends on her head.
And yeah.
Oh, you see that bitch come out of that 40K of money that you ripped off from the public?
And
You mean the music?
This one is the so-called hero of women. She plays between the victim and predator. She plays those lines very well. Yeah. So I'm going to share this screen with y'all really quickly here. Brick Lady gets her just due. So it's right up. It's females who immediately think that anytime a chick comes out making allegations against black folks, particularly black women, there you go. Yes. Right. So it has been found, ladies and gentlemen, that she was hit in the face with a water bottle per se because she ensued altercation with a young man outside of the little club. But she has always had nefarious conduct with herself, doing all type of extra unnecessarily shit. And she got the payback, but now she's gonna go to jail. I love it. So let's play the track. Real sisterhood, right? So let's go ahead and play this, y'all. Let's play the sisterhood track for it. Okay. This is the chick. She's looking like a weird maniac right now. Hold on, let me go. Oh. And this is your girl. Okay. Shout out to my homegirl MF Kush. But let's go ahead and play this, y'all. Go ahead and play this for y'all real quick. Okay. And she's looking like a maniac, a menace to society. Hold on, let me stop that music, y'all. Let's play this. I want you to be a man. I want you. Oh, we got to support her. Yeah. American music, and you can tell from her vocal quality, she smokes. Absolutely. Like a fucking train.
You can hear the damage to her vocal cords from here. I never believed it. I'm not going to believe it. And in fact, where she comes from, they have honor killing. They killed a Somali woman like that where she comes from. So as awful as the hoax that she pulled, where she came from, she wouldn't be walking around. I'm not trying to be funny. Well, that shows you how much freedom the so-called no good black men, American men, as problematic as many of them are very gentle on women in comparison to a whole lot of other cultures, in particular Islamic ones. Jesus. And if you saw her slap the man in the face in her twerk, she could get lynched where she came from. In fact, if she should be mad at anybody, she should be mad at the people in her culture who cut her clitoris off when she was a little girl. We black men would have probably licked the clitoris, but we wouldn't have cut it off. And so if we're bad, the minute they cut the clitoris off for good, it just underscores our whole point about this feminist stuff. It's insane. That's why I don't pay attention to it. I can't respect it. We don't care about what your opinion is on this matter.
And let me.
The craziest thing is the racial epithets from our community.
But they have words. Words like Barion and Barbarian, which means barbarian, or Spatella, which basically translates nigger slave. Words for us. So this is why all the Pan-Africanists can kiss my ass. Not that I don't like people from Africa want to work with people. I have an African farmer bugging me now to help with this rice farm. I have an issue with African people as individuals, but this bankrupt philosophy that we're not Americans, we don't belong here, it's a mistake. I mean, forgive me, all these old boomers, I hope they got the vaccination. So we won't have to hear from you anymore in 2-3 years. This America is my home, damn it. And I don't know an African that doesn't bug me as often as they could to come over here. And they have and the drums and shit, they can't wait to leave it. So please, please. How much longer we gonna go to Chef?
We got another 15 minutes and that's it.
15? Okay, very good.
Okay. So here we go. Let me play the rest of this and then I want to go to Lone Wolf.
But where's the wine?
Get the hell out of here. Listen, I said it once before that she was running a play and people looked at me, oh, you don't care. Here you go with this Black American this and Black American that. I said, man, she was running a play. It was so...
Was the pork chop saying that to you?
No, it was sense. It was a lot of sense.
You mean fabulous?
Yeah, well, yeah. It was a bunch of niggas who think that, you know what, maybe if they just cape for her online, that at some point they may come across this chick because she got a big booty for a piece of shit Somalian chick. And they might have a chance to go ahead and tap it. So niggas threw me out of one area of conversation because I went in there and I said, the brick should have went upside her head sooner if that was the case. Okay? Which comes out and turns out that it was no brick. It was a water bottle. And because she's got such a sensitive face, because of, you know, this is the type of chick that does all types of nasty, wild shit. Her face boils up. And what she found, because she had done 3 other little stunts like this previously, well, 2 other stunts, with the same kind of a play. Oh, this black man attacked me, somebody attacked me, blah, blah, blah. And she got $4,300, almost $4,800 out of that. She said, let's go ahead and run it back again on a bigger stage.
The question was, no, the thing was, I can go back to that same group of man-hating pork chops and tell a bigger lie for a bigger payday. That was the thought process. She knew that hatred of men amongst Black American women is acceptable.
Right.
It's a norm.
Right.
But crazy thing, brothers, is that they could invest. Those women could have invested that money to help support a Black man business so that they can be self-sufficient in their family.
Black woman business. They could have a beauty supply store instead of buying from Asian women that don't like them, that have the dangerous industrial chemicals in the hair care products that cause Black women cancer and fibroids. But it's too much like, that's like rational male thinking, taking away women's right to intuitiveness and, self-discovery, whatever that means.
Right. Well, gentlemen, Brother Lone Wolf, what you're seeing here, sir.
So I'll say this. I'll say
this is part of that that disillusion that we were talking about. But this is also a part of the remnants of what inclusiveness that the WEF is referring to. The inclusiveness is what gives this Somalian woman the ability to come here and shout out Black men don't protect woman tropes, weaponizing it.
When she comes from a culture where women get raped when they have their feuds between the different clans of all the nerve, where they're suffering from famine and floods, and their men do grooming. Somali men, I'm not trying to pick, but in England all over, Ohio, and had all kinds of folks as prostitutes and drug. How dare? I'm not picking on all Somalis, but how dare her? If we're going to be honest.
Correct.
And they're not liked in Somalia. Wait a minute. South Africa, they're not liked in Uganda. They have an issue in Kenya. I'm not saying all Somalis, but they're elements. And the Somalis have a system of slavery for Bantu-speaking Africans or their slaves. We're in the group of Africans that consider inferior to them. They're Cushitic speakers, and the Bantu speakers, they've enslaved them. Just to let you know, and they have slavery to this day in Somalia for Bantu-speaking Africans. That's right. For all the liars and bastard asshole dishes out there, they have slavery that's normal, and it's Islamic. It's not Christian, so don't try to blame white people for it. Give white people a break.
Brother
Can't blame white people for everything.
Right. Brother Lone Wolf, what say you, sir? What say you?
Can you hear me?
42,000 on her way to $43,000 finesse.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
It's Lone Wolf. You there, Lone Wolf?
Oh my God. Can you give me a second? I think my mic.
Our brothers have. Okay. Well, I will say this, Brother Lone Wolf. When you get it right, I'll shoot it back over to you. $42,000, almost $43,000 finesse gets her behind bars. She ran the play. She did all the trigger stuff. She did it. Black men don't protect Black women, and the hatred with which women share the same skin complexion as us. The bad she's
the Somali Oprah.
Right.
Little technical difficulty.
Those folks who contributed to this lady are a bunch of simp Negroes who hope that they can get a piece of what they consider, some of these folks call erotic.
Can you hear me?
Nothing but trash.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I had to reset it, reload it. So I'll say this.
Yes, sir.
When I think about the immigrants that come here, escaping their society norm, I think that they fail to realize that they come under a level of extended grace that they can't even comprehend. Meaning the penalties, the crimes that they would be killed for, or amputated for, or banished for, they come here and they can still walk the streets with impunity. They have no respect for the extended grace, and they project their 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 culture on us, their venom on us. I got a great respect for grace, but I also understand that as an American, we get extended grace because in other countries, what they would do there, speaking out like they do towards us with the venom that they project sometimes, they
Kill, stone.
they'd be stoned, lynched.
That's right. Set on fire. Absolutely.
And so those who are listening from other countries, wherever this uh, platform of this is going to go, you need to put some respect on the extended grace you get because some of y'all will be getting some ass whooping.
It's already coming. Governor Abbott has fucked up the game. All these people in hood now, never before have Black Americans been tribal. They are now. Joe Biden and Slamala and all the little sorry congressional black circus, or should I say circle jerk caucus.
Well, I tell you what, gentlemen, we are dealing with a situation here where, well, it's not even a situation for us. You know, for all the stupid Negroes, male or female, who put money on there, I am a little aggravated with GoFundMe because refunded them. They did refund. It is my understanding.
We need that list. That's what we need. If you have information about the people who donated, we need a list of those individuals. Or some real talk stuff, we need to know what jobs they're working because they're supporting a woman who says racial epithets against a set group of people and create fraudulent schemes that they're aiding and abetting in. And if they have poor judgment and critical thinking there, I know that they have poor judgment and critical thinking and other things in the realm as well.
You know what, gentlemen? Before we go a little bit further, before we go to the next subject, we got a Wazzy. We got a sister in here, a stomp down, unapologetic sister by the name of Sister. I got to get my sister. You got it, sis. Go ahead.
Wow, I'm really not an expert. I was trying to call in, and you guys are hooking up Juan and hooking up Jeff. Okay, it doesn't matter as long as I'm linked in. It's the new LinkedIn. Well, let's call this the Black end versus the LinkedIn.
Talk that talk.
Yeah, so I was just listening to you guys. I think I'm about 45 minutes in. And I just had some sister comments. And I wanted to talk about Project 2025. I don't know if we know this is coming. I've been thinking this proposal. So Project 2025 is being proposed by the Heritage Foundation and the conservative group. And what this plan is a 900-page plan for the conservatives. And it is a plan that on day one, if Trump is in office, or whoever else, even if it's Trump, this is their execution plan. They have it already written down, y'all. And I'm not sure if we are aware of it. Let me just tell you why I think I need to prompt my people about it. And let's just be clear. Go to project2025.org. That's what I'm going to be quoting. There's different, the plan is based to overhaul the entire government of the United States. But let me tell you, with me as Negroes, we Negroes and freedmen, let me tell you what we need to be focusing on. We need to be focusing on the section that's called the Department of Health and Human Services. And there's another section that covers the Department of Housing. I'm going to focus on the Department of Health and Human Services. I need you guys to really think through this. And this new proposal, what they're doing is they're trying to reinstitute the nuclear family. That means man, woman, child, a boy is a girl. I'm sorry. Oh, a girl is a girl and a boy is a boy. Right? Original thought. But what they're doing is they're penalizing the 2025 where you will not get certain benefits services by the United States government. Okay, Sean. Okay, this is a good thing. Why are you highlighting this here? Because why do people need to know this? It is going to put us as Black folk, whatever you want to call yourself, it took a whole entire genre and installation of degenerate behavior, meaning single motherhood, feminism, and the destruction of the family. So they instituted this in our lives for a couple decades, more than a couple decades. They started, in slavery. They were dismantling families. Now they're weaponizing. And what our people don't know what they're up to or up against, it's all being weaponized. This is in the 2025 plan. Is in direct relationship to the open borders. They're changing the Health and Human Services and the housing rules as to who's eligible for housing, welfare benefits, a lot of social services benefits that our people currently receive. They are changing the rules with the project2025.org. So now they're flipping it on us. So they told the Black women that you didn't need a man, you have Black magic. We've got a very strong influx with the introduction of homosexuality in our community. So all of this stuff was wonderful. Everybody was like a flower child. So good. Now I've been looking at this 2025 plan. They lured us in as a community to all of this degeneracy. But look at their project 2025. Everything that they lured us into that was acceptable in the project 2025 is rejectable. Now, hope that you're following me. What does that mean? In this 2025 plan, it gets deep. They're going back to the heterosexual. They're calling, and I'm reading right here, goal number 3, promoting stable and flourishing married families. Here's what I need y'all to know. It says homes with high school failure and non-related boyfriends present are amongst the most dangerous place for a child to be. Meaning Health and Human Services, that's the federal level, should prioritize married father engagement in its messaging, health, and welfare policies. What do that mean? Demonizing the word boyfriend. What they 900 pages, y'all. They're saying that you're only going to get prioritization for your welfare and your housing if you are married. There's another thing in this. If you have a child out of wedlock, they're going to give you X amount of chances to have maybe reuniting with the father. And if you do not have a reconciliation with the father, you're not going to get any federal benefits. What they're trying to do is they're trying to de-incentivize having children without a father. They're incentivizing everything that's related to non-marriage. So what they're saying is that if you got 1, 2, or 3 children, if you haven't made it up in your mind that you want to marry one of these men, they're not going to continue to pay the benefits for those children. Okay? And they're demonizing that phrase that I just read to you, a boyfriend. They're classifying boyfriends as dangerous because they're promoting marriage and family. And there's something in there is if you have a boyfriend, and from what I heard, the scenarios, like say if you want to call the police on somebody, your boyfriend, and you got some issues, like with your quote unquote boyfriend and you're not married, if you call the police on your boyfriend for like 2 times, they're taking your children. Okay.
As awful as this sounds, this is why we're having Pat Talk. I've seen situations where people have begged and tried to intervene with certain people. Maybe you've met folks who make up their own mind. We're talking about young women and young men. And no one is allowed to help, to care, to intervene. They choose this. It should have never been carried this long. And I'm going to say this from a different standpoint. Again, I spent 20 years of my life in college. They have de-emphasized families so much until some of us met young women who wouldn't even have a cup of coffee with a man because men were seen as a threat to their career. I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about a conversation, a book. That's how little value men had. So half of Black men in this country aren't married. And that's because a lot of folks don't want to be married. I'm not talking about necessarily men. And they're going to reset it. It's going to be a hard reset. Cocaine was initially imposed on Blacks, and then they outlawed it. That has been how the society works. The real issue is our plan should be, in fact, I'm going to go back to what Brother Dwayne would say. If we were doing things in a godly way, this 2025 wouldn't even concern us. But because a lot of us do whatever, and there's all kinds of reasons they didn't have their home, whatever, but ultimately, my neighbors who I live with, some ones who steal your trash cans, steal your car battery, shooting out this, that, and the other. And you couldn't even intervene or care about the kids for the mother using the kid as the cash cow, whatever. They're done. And so a lot of our Black folks have been under grace. I have relatives, intergenerational in the projects. The only time they're going to come around is to get over on you, not look. But I can say this to you. I have family members that stopped talking to me the minute I got enrolled in college. And that's when I ceased to exist as a person. I always tell people I went to a family reunion for my super dysfunctional cousins from Georgia that are up here, where we're doing like 100 years of addicts and drunkards. And I remember sitting down to try to meet my cousins because I'm always interested in learning about lineage. And in a nutshell, I didn't have kids out of wedlock. I'd never gone to jail. I didn't use drugs. I didn't drink. I didn't smoke. They got up and walked off of me. I had no value to them. Some of the people that we want to protect don't have any value for the rest of us. So I'm going to go to what the Bible says. He being often reproved, hardened his heart and stiffened his neck, will be cut off suddenly without a remedy. I've seen a lot of Black folks who've had relatives, people have tried to do in every imaginable way to help because they care, and they found ways. In fact, I'm thinking of the situation I saw at the Roxbury YMCA. There's a man from Ghana named Francis Nkrumah who created a program to save young Black men. And what those young guys would do is every which way in which Francis could help them, they found a way to undermine it because they had already given up on themselves. And so he's saying, like, they used to come to the program hungry. So what ended up, I got food. So they'd have food so I could study with them. And what they'll do is eat and fall asleep. Every which way I tried to do an intervention, they have a greater way to resist my compassion. The man felt suicidal. I'm not being allowed to intervene. It's spiritual, Sean. The answer isn't the government programs. The answer is Black folk need to turn their asses back to God. We didn't need the government and a range of people to do stuff with them stealing our land, burning our churches, lynching us. We were doing better than what we're doing now. The government programs became an idol and a god to Black people, and it's destroyed us spiritually. I don't want to see a person go hungry or be in the street. I really don't. But I know folks who will find every which kind of way to undermine assistance because their issue is it isn't about food or shelter. It's about their relationship with the Most High. And it's true, there's systemic, structural, and institutional racism that's kicking our asses. However, we have enough money as a people if we were working collectively, some of us, to turn things around. There are a lot of people that don't want to turn around. They think they've gamed the system, like the people that drank lots of Golden Seal tea. So when weed was illegal, they could beat getting busted for having marijuana. They figured out how they could still use drugs, which could cause them to lose their benefits. How can I game the system and do what the hell I want? You can't do this forever. And I'm not saying that we don't have corporate welfare where wealthy white people get the most of everything, but us being under this so-called racial situation that we have, seems as if we would sober up if it's really that bad and everybody's out to get us. Shouldn't we be vigilant? Why should we be reckless dumbasses if everybody's trying to mess us up? Like Floyd George, why do you have dope in your mouth? Why are you using drugs? You've been in and out of jail. I mean, how much before you get caught by it? And so there is a thing, it's misguided compassion to think we can save people that don't want to be saved. Some Black folks are going to get screwed up. I wish it weren't so. I've seen people beg them, appeal. I'm thinking about the young woman I didn't want to see end up in prostitution, and her response is to get the people that were pimping her to come kill me. My life matters. I learned something from that. Some of this isn't about food. It's not about medical access, even though it's all needed. It's not about housing. A lot of this has to do, look at how these other people can come to this country unlawfully, and because they can get on code, you can get 20 or 30 of them in a house. You get colored folk They want to smoke, want to dope, want to turn you out of your own. Your compassion is used against you. I've seen this time and time again. There's a lawless, ungodly, unruly, and unpunished spirit. And I can't say anything for you, but I came from a family with all its flaws, with the concept that you pay for what's wrong that you do. You're not going to be subsidized and supported in wrong. We may have been brought up differently. And from my worldview, not that I like what the Heritage Foundation is doing, but something has to happen. And I'll tell you this.
Dr. Short, as you're giving us the rendition, it's two other points that I wanted to put through. In that 2025 plan, if your child is like displaying homosexual like tendencies and stuff, I don't know if there's an age limit, but the child is going to be removed. It's because it's going to be considered child abuse. The second thing, all of this medically gender transition stuff, we're not going to be able to do that in project2025.org. You're going to jail.
Thank God. Oh, that's great.
So then I'm going to let you go ahead and talk, because my husband is calling me, and we're just going to listen to you because we love to listen to you and Chef and Lone Wolf. So the reason why I'm highlighting these things in Project 2025, they have a plan. The Republicans have a plan, and it's Trump's plan. And it's what he is to execute the minute he gets day one, if he makes it. Okay? So they throwing everything in the wall, whatever. But he's like, I call him that's the Teflon Don. That's the new Teflon.
Well, but I want to interject this, Sean. Whatever this Project 2025 is doing sounds 10 times more enlightening than what's happening in Chicago and New York right now with Democrats, where they're simply violating all the laws, not even doing any fun. They're just giving whatever to everybody else. To me, between the two, where they're going to recognize who's a citizen and who's been here versus allocating to the foreigners first, hell, they've made the Heritage Foundation look good.
And the Heritage Foundation is one of the main pushers of Project2025.org. I'm glad you said this. But here's my main point. I was laying out a couple of the pieces. That's in 2 seconds. This thing is 900 pages. I haven't studied it enough. But I'm focusing on Health and Human Services and housing. Those 2 sections out of the 900 pages. But here's my point. The pork chop feminists, the feminism, everything that they have shoved down our throat that was worthy, that was the way to go, and the way for sustainability, they are about to flip all that shit on everybody who succumbed to that bullshit. So everything that they said was wonderful and great. We in Daisy Land. We're like, free. Everybody can screw everybody. It doesn't matter who's a man, who's a woman, and I don't need a man, and then I don't need a nuclear family. All of the stuff that they shoved down our throats, that we received and implemented and assimilated. Project 2025 is reversing all that shit. What they're doing is everything that they shoved down our throat, they're now criminalizing it in Project 2025. You see how they tricked us? So
but the biggest trick is that
all you pork chop feminists, all you women who said that you didn't need a damn man, and you ran your ass up here, and then you got on the damn, munch and bunch, and everybody, a man wants to be with a man, and the woman wants to be with a woman. They are now all that shit. They're criminalizing it. They're weaponizing it. They even go as far in Project 2025. That's why I laid that groundwork. I'm going to repeat straight out of the proposal. It says, by contract, homes with non-related boyfriends present and are among the most dangerous place for a child. They're making it where even if you're classified as a boyfriend, you are dangerous. And this is under goal number 3. Goal number 3 in Project 2025 is promoting stable and flourishing married families. They are about to change all that shit on HHS. If you ain't married with a family, they ain't dealing with no damn boyfriends. You ain't getting a food stamp. You ain't getting a damn housing. You're gonna be back in the housing line, back in the food stamp line, back in every damn line. And when I read this, I juxtaposed it with this open border. Most of these people come in as families because they believe in the nuclear family. They ain't with who's a man, who's a woman. No, it's a question. Ain't no motherfucking question with them. What that means, y'all, is they are going to get priority placement. That is the Dulo twist. I actually believe in a lot of these things that I'm reading in Project 2025. So see how it's going to impact our people. But our people have been Dulo twisted. So they said that we can be out here wilding and being degenerate and being sexy red and being black girl traffic and being pork chop feminine and all that. Now they about to flip all the rules on us. It's going to hurt us, Dr. Short. And they're flipping the rules right on time for the open border. So now, with the new rules, Dr. Short, the average black woman is not going to be eligible for that shit. Mexicans come across the border who's going to be eligible for that stuff. That's what I want to put out to my people. And I'm going to be talking about 2025 and studying the doctrine. It's a 900-page document. Go to project2025.org. That is the Republican plan. In November, Donald, Teflon Don, or whomever, they are already ready. They are ready to sign on the dotted line. We have got to be proactive. They have planning. It's planned already. And we are reactive. We generally react. The shit is already done. These people have an entire 900-page plan. And if you look at it, everything that is proposing is the opposite of everything that the Democrats was putting as something as valuable and wonderful in the degeneracy, Dr. Stewart.
This is going to pass. It's going to get through Congress with the help of the Democrats. It won't happen off the Republicans alone. So these things don't happen with just one party. They're going to agree. In fact, they're going to agree to this. That's why you have Hakeem Jeffries as the House Minority Leader. So this is judgment. This is what we talked about in SALT ministry. God's judgment is here. For the rates of syphilis to be going up hundreds of percent in places like Mississippi, all diseases. Folks, you can't talk to nobody. Nobody listens. Well, God's here to kick black folks in the ass, and you can't say it's racism and white discrimination. No white man's ever made me put my mouth on another man's behind or on his nutsack. That's a choice. We've been doing a lot of things of our own accord, and I've seen folks give everything. I've watched some of my friends die, give that from cancer, miserable that they can't turn this thing around. We are groaning under the weight of wicked, suicidal black folks that won't work with us. They're dead. They don't want to live. They're dead. Can't do anything about it. I wish. I've watched generations of my family folk been involved in the community, but it seems as if there's no amount of love, care, compassion, or sacrifice that you can give to some low-life Black folks, some bourgeois, some not so, that will turn things around. This is a God thing. And it's about time. I've never met so many Blacks into witchcraft, into every kind of evil, vile thing, and arrogant about it. Well, you can't put a check on it. Reparations, if you gave reparations to some of our people, it's all going to go to the drug cartels. It's going to go to everybody but us. And I want reparations. It'll destroy certain people. Folk will be murdering each other just like they did with stimulus checks, because it wasn't the money. It is the character. It is the spirit. If there's no God, no fear of God, no respect for each other, no second commandment, then you have satanic anarchy. It's in families. It's in homes. I've seen folk have to put people out. They were not allowed to be housed. If you let them in your house, they're going to come in with guns and drink, piss in the hallway, and your family, you're supposed to just take that. Bullshit. So I won't be nostalgic for sorry-ass Black folks if some of them disappear. I would never do a thing to hurt them. If I could help, I'd do it. But for those that won't be helped, when it comes down to me or them, let them just go. I have some worth. We try too hard as a people to help folks that don't want. In fact, that comes from our matriarchal culture. I'm a patriarch. There comes a point you cut stuff off.
Well, with that being said, I got one last thing that I wanted to share with everybody. And this is going to go to you, Brother Lone Wolf, unless you got something that you wanted to speak on in that subject matter, Brother Lone Wolf.
I think that if I was to share and follow up on Dr. Short and Sister Sean, and as above, so below, right? What's going on above us is happening on this ground. And I would say 2 Chronicles 7:14 is a very familiar passage. It deals with people, the people who are out of order. It says, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. It's a spiritual, bruh. It really is. We out of order. And we need to get back in order. And for those who resist instructions, then you are enemy of God.
That's right.
See, one thing I learned about reading the scriptures is when the people were out of order in the book of Judges, when they were a law unto themselves, when you couldn't tell them nothing, God would raise up a prophet to speak. He wasn't popular, but he spoke the mind of God. And those who listened, they repented. And those who didn't were destroyed. And when I tell you, I'm willing to walk over the carcasses of a lot of people. Because a lot of people, if you save them and they haven't changed their mind, see, we talking about people who need to change their mind. If you don't change your mind, you won't change your direction. If you don't change your mind, you won't change the people you hang with. And the only way you're going to change your mind is to come face to face with the scriptures, because the scriptures are sufficient. You ain't got to like it, but point me somewhere in the scriptures where you read it and it's not trying to help you out. Again, our people need to repent. We need to turn around and stop saying bad is good and good is bad.
Mm-hmm. And let's save the people that don't want to change.
Again, this ain't for everybody.
Mm.
As much as I want to save everybody, there's some folks who don't want to be saved. There's some folks who don't want to listen.
So,
With that said, as Jesus would say when he would heal somebody, he would say, be it unto you according to thy will or your faith. Some folks have a destiny with death.
Mm.
And some of us are walking in the light and life. When I see dead folks, I'm like ludicrous. Move, move, move out the way. Move.
Talk that talk, brother. Talk that talk.
So that's what I want to add. Again, for those who are listening, you're on Along with Firearms, you're on Dr. Short's social media platform, you're on Sister Sean's platform, you're on quite a few platforms on their neck. We are trying to raise the consciousness of our lost people. And those who are listening who are not of us, we're serving notice on you that we're not asleep. Okay? And we know that you're taking advantage of us and the grace that comes with this country. But everything has an expiration date. Your fruit, your vegetable, even your meat. And time's up. I land this plane.
Long Wolf, and I'm gonna pose this to you, and I'm gonna pose this for Dr. Short. Yeah, we on Chef C's. I'm on Chef C's platform right now, Chef C. But I just have a really honest question, a spiritual question, and I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but I pray for people's dirt day. I pray for people to be flatlined. Am I right or wrong in the eyes?
Hold on, sis. Run that back. What you say? You pray for what?
I pray for dirt days, and I pray for flatline, for the evil that's going against my people. I pray on that. I don't know if I'm doing wrong, but I don't believe I'm doing wrong because saying that God is a just God. See, I don't really kind of subscribe to this forgiving and all this grace, and we got to tap dance and forgive and all that. And I do pray, and you all are my spiritual leaders. And I don't know if I'm wrong or if I'm going ahead, but I pray for dirt days, and I pray for flatline. So I want to know, because both of you all are my spiritual leaders. Am I right or wrong for praying for that? I have to pray to rebuke this devil. I pray for the evil. If I can see the evil and somebody doing evil, I want them to be in the dirt. I want them to be in a coffin. I don't feel no ways about it. So am I right or wrong spiritually? Because I know I don't feel as if I'm wrong, but I don't want to be wrong in the eyes of God. I do not believe in all this grace and forgiveness. I believe we should be able to pray somebody. We should pray them into a paradise if they deserve it. So what is your spiritual guide with me on that? Because I struggle with that. I get very angry and I get very loud. People talk to me, oh, John, you talk too loud. I'm sorry I talk too loud. I talk too loud because I'm trying to sound an alarm. And yeah, that's why I talk loud, because I need you to hear me. I need to get your attention. And I pray for dirt days. I pray for people to be flatlined.
So I'll say
What is
this.
your advice on that? And I will fold my chair there.
I'll say this, and then Dr. Short, you want to go first? Because I'll answer the question. But you may have a different answer. But
you can go first.
I'm gonna say this. So when I'm gonna give you an example, a scenario from the scriptures, because again, if we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it with the scripture. When the children of Israel, which is a microcosm of black folks in America, were out of order, and Elohim, or when God told Moses, I'm gonna kill them. They hard head, they ignorant, they rebellious, they won't listen. It was Moses that reminded God when he said, if you kill them, the folks in Egypt going to say to you, he brought them out of Egypt just to bring them into the wilderness to kill them. You can't do it like that. God said, I tell you what, you're right. This is what I'm going to do. They will walk in the wilderness for 40 years until them hard-head, stiff-necked, rebellious unbelievers die. And that's an act of mercy. I don't have to pray for their death or their destruction individually because we are children of the light. But things will happen, quote unquote, those shots and these diseases will come on them and they won't be able to survive it. And it may take 40 years because they hear this. As much as I want to see change immediately, this didn't happen overnight. It may take about 40, 30 years for some of these folks to leave. I'm talking about the mercy and grace of God. So I'm not praying for their immediate destruction. I'm taking God's perspective. I see these traitors, these hard-headed, stiff-necked folks who won't do what's right. I've determined they're not worthy to be a part of the reparations. We'll give it to their children who didn't have no. The children didn't have the memories of all the battles that was fought in the wilderness. They didn't have a memory of the fire by day and the cloud by night and the water from the rock and the quails and the manna from heaven. They didn't have those memories. It was the
What about the
adults
sweet water?
or the sweet water. They didn't have the memories. It was the old folks, the older generation who had the memories, but they still didn't believe. So they had to die. It was a slow death. As a matter of fact, the wilderness experience was a walking mortuary. We're seeing people die. And today we're walking over their carcasses. That's my answer to you, Sister John. You ain't got to pray for a quick you don't have to pray that. You pray God give you insight into what you need to do while he delivers the finishing blow to these unbelievers. That's my answer.
Brother Juan, listen, I know for me what I just heard there. He gonna make a way, and I will say this: I'm just sitting here making sure that I can when it's time for me to step, I know how to step over, like Brother Juan Johnson said, step over the car. Brother Short, what is your response to Sister Speaks?
Well,
Let me, before he goes, let me say, I saw that and I received that, but I'm like, deliver me because I have time for the wilderness. Say, please get out the way. I need you out the way. I need you in a box, and that's what I'm praying for. I need you flatline. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and spiritually guiding Dr. Short, because that's how I'm feeling. I'm not feeling, and I'm not feeling the wilderness. These people in this demon, I needed to be rebuked immediately in front line. And I'll land.
Dr. Short, you got the flow, man.
I have the white mic. Well, that's really cool. All right. My take is probably different from Brother Juan. Although I do believe in grace and forgiveness and all of that, I also believe in a God of judgment. I believe in a God that deals with people and not always 40 years. That's wishful thinking. Some people's answers need to go quickly. I'll just say to you how I started my birthday off in 1991. I had a neighbor that lived beneath me. He was a young white man. He would beat the hell out of the women that he would bring to his room, which was under mine. And he was a serial smoker. I'm very sensitive to smoke. And the smoke was coming through the floor. So my last year at divinity school, he was making me both sick from his constant smoking. And I can't stand men that beat up on women. And it beats, and you could hear the women getting beaten. I called the police. And I just said, he's going to kill me. I'm not doing anything about him. I don't beat up on. And so I prayed to God that he choked on his cigarettes before he stopped smoking, and that he get the hell out of the building. And about a week, less than a week, he had to be hospitalized again, so much on smoking. I had a neighbor next door here. I had to pray they would smoke weed sometimes 10, 12 hours straight. It was making us sick. I prayed the guy got sick from marijuana smoking, and one day I think he just over and over again vomiting, which comes from smoking too much weed. I prayed for Elijah Cummings to pass in 2019. He died in 2019. I prayed for God to take John Lewis a year after Elijah Cummings went. He died a year after he went. I prayed for folks to go. If you're doing evil, if you're hurting folks, it says if there's anything you want, you can ask in my name. Doesn't say that God's going to deliver it, but if someone's hurting the community, harming people, yes, my mother would go around. We used to have bills with people with selling drugs and crack. My mother would go and pray for the buildings to be demolished, and they would get knocked down. I believe we're supposed to bring about God's kingdom on this earth, and you do. I can say this to you. We were praying for Eric Adams. The Saturday before they busted him, I think on the Thursday, for the campaign finance fraud, I prayed specifically that his campaign fraud be found that week. Now, the fact didn't happen the same day, but we're supposed to ask and believe. And to me, if I didn't put my hands on somebody and God did, sometimes God wants us to call in a hit. Sometimes God wants somebody flatline. Sometimes God wants people in this asses in the box. He wants you to see that he can put their ass in the box. When Moses, on one hand, was facing Pharaoh's army, he didn't spare them. He took out the whole army. But we have to trust and believe, and we have to be right in what we're asking God for. He's supposed to protect us. He's supposed to actively engage our enemies. It says, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. I shall repay. Well, damn it, pay the ass. They're bothering me. I'm your child. So I don't think it always happens immediately. It's not the first thing I pray for in every circumstance. But just as sure as I was speaking to a person that I ministered to a little bit, they had a horrible marriage. The husband took their life, and I had to say to the sister, the scriptures say in all things give thanks. He wasn't good to you. Drinking was difficult to me. You should say hallelujah. You didn't do it. He didn't do it in the home. Didn't set the house on fire. There's a lot to be thankful for. We need to, what I don't like about this faggot Jesus that people believe in, this nice to everybody bullshit. I serve a God that judges people. I serve a God that cuts people down, cuts people off. You understand what I'm saying? So, Sister Sean, I believe that God is the ultimate determinant of how our prayers are answered. You may not get what you want, but you will get what God has for you. But who says you can't ask? And ultimately, how God answers your prayer is ministering to you for how to pray and what to pray for. So yes, I do pray that people get flatlined. I just reconnected with the person. I told him that there's a white dude. He heard me. I had to get this gentleman straight because he's being racist. And I said to him, I know what I look like. I'm comfortable with what I look like. And what I don't look like, by the way, that's white is better than your lineage. Not that I'm tripping off that, but shoot, whatever you feel good about, I actually have what you think you are. And I like the way I look. But you know what? You know everything because of the low melanin count. What you don't know is God, and what you don't know is how numbered your days are. So let me help you. I'm not going to taunt you because I'm black, stupid, and subhuman. But you know what? I'll be here when your ass is gone. And that was our last conversation. I told the gentleman, Mr. Henderson, sitting next to me, his ass is gone in 2 years. He thinks he knows everything. 2 years later, his ass was dead. I didn't pray for it, but some people I have prayed for. What's wrong with that? Why can't I talk to God? You don't think that black people prayed for the Civil War? Didn't pray for some of these people beating them to like shoot each other? What's wrong with that? The problem with us now is that we don't pray for all these gangbangers and bullshitters that are bringing us down to disappear. Change, turn around and give your life to God, or die, damn it. Leave us alone. I feel that way about Nazis. I feel that way about terrorists. I feel that way about all kinds of people. And it's maybe God that's making you mad to ask him. So it depends on your walk with God. So if you feel so inclined to pray for someone that's doing great evil, like I had to pray when I was around the United States Speaker of the House, I recognized he was a pedophile. I had to go and pray that God bring his ass down. It took 10 years, but Dennis Hastert got exposed. I told people Dennis Hastert, the way he was talking in code to this young white boy up in the Capitol, I almost had a nervous breakdown. So one of the most powerful men in the country, and he's talking like he's going to screw this kid. And I got to sit here and listen? Yes, I did pray for him to get exposed. He got exposed too. We're supposed to pray for God's justice and judgment to happen. I can't tell God to kill someone, but anyway, you bless me, Lord, I'll be satisfied.
Well, I'll say this, Brother Short, and everybody that's tapped in right now, you know, this isn't for the kind of heart here. This is for this is
PATTALK.
This is cleanup. You know, you got to get cleaned up. So this is gonna be my last image, and I'm gonna go to the Negro here, and we're gonna shut it down after that.
Shut it down.
We got this clip here, and I don't really know from y'all. You know, does this young lady here deserve saving? Because, you know, listen, you know, women who are dressed like this and then experience, you know, aggression from other men, well, just from men in general, because she looks like this. Now, you know, someone's gonna say, well, Chef, she's just in attire. This is costume stuff. There shouldn't be no big deal, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, listen, for me, honestly, a perv is born every day. Cats take this kind of energy that they see these women, their fantasies in their head, and they hold on to that. They hold on to the fantasy, even if she's no longer in this kind of lingerie or whatever it is, thinking that they can fulfill that fucking imagination, that dream. So does a woman like this, who puts herself in this situation, because you leave it to a feminist, it's her body, her choice. She gets to dress like this. You don't get to tell her what to do. She can do it in any environment, at any time, because it's her body, her choice. The Negro, what say you? Does she deserve protection, you Negro?
No, man, she got a hold. That tape is holding her up just fine. So, I think the tape on her outfit got her back. Respectfully. So no, I wouldn't be much inclined to try to be that knight in the shining armor to help that individual. Because I feel like what she's doing is putting herself out there for that type of attention. But I do have something for the who mentioned about that report. In that 900-page report, did they say anything about reparations? Because like people are looking to the red team as the savior for our community, but they have no real plan for our people. And don't give us the stuff that they give to everybody else. We need a specific plan for our people when it comes to resources and stuff of that nature. Did they have anything like highlighted in that plan? But yet still, if they don't, that means they were able to create a 900-page plan, but nothing about my reparations. So I'll sit this one out on the couch, family, until I see a plan from each party that's going to actually uplift our people. What's your thoughts on that, Sister Speak now?
I got an answer for that. There's absolutely nothing for your Negro black
Thank you for clarifying that.
I'll just be straight in. That is Heritage Foundation. That is a straight up conservative Republican plan. However, the only thing we can rally back on, remember, before Trump got voted out, he offered us something called a platinum plan. Remember all the debacle with Ice Cube and all that? And that plan, if people go to it, it was $500 billion. $500 billion. Look up in Google Trump's platinum plan for Black America. And they crowned you off the stage, off social media, off everywhere. Now, if we talking about dollars, 500 billion, and look at the billions that they're giving to Israel and the Ukraine. They're giving them 40 billion here, 50 billion there.
And John, we should call it Ukraine because that's why they're getting the money.
Okay. So that's it.
God's chosen people, Ukraine.
No,
GCP.
I don't even really want to get it. Okay, let me just tell you this. Here's I have one general statement about that conflict, and that is there is a lot of holy people. That's my statement. I don't say anything else on that. But let's get down to the numbers. 500 billion. Just oppose that, meaning equate or compare that to the money that's going to Israel and Ukraine. That's like
Ukraine.
Yeah, but Trump was offering us $500 billion. 500 with a B, not million. And that plan, he called it the platinum plan for America. We clowned him right off the damn stage. Now, my only thing is, you can get Trump back, but now you don't have any leverage. See, he offered that because he wanted to win. But see, what we did was gave all of our power to Biden in these open borders. So now, if he wins again, if he comes up, you ain't worth shit. You ain't even worth $500 billion no more. See, this is how you play chess. So he's like, you ain't worth shit. You gave all that. I offered you $500 billion, and Biden for you. Now I'm back in power, and then you crawling back to me. And we might be a double-edged sword. I ain't giving you shit. So that's my answer to that, Negro. And so let's just deal with this sister thing here. Okay, because I'm a sister, and I want to speak on this. Let me tell you something. Anybody that's dressed like that, I mean, the only way that I would dress like that is bedroom to please my man.
Come on.
If any woman is dressing like that, and a man needs to correct her to send her back in the house, if she refuses, I mean, I don't really know how to feel as a man because I ain't a man. But if I was a man and can imagine myself to be a man, no, we're not doing this, okay? You're not coming out. You dress like that for me. I'm going to get it all sexy for my boo. I'm going to make him happy. But there's no way you making everybody else. Who the fuck are you fucking trying to impress?
Everybody.
Okay. Well, everybody's paying a motherfucking mortgage.
But that doesn't matter. It's the content of his bed play, not his character.
No. And I'll tell all of these females.
So OnlyFans doesn't cover that, man?
No, if you OnlyFans, then that means you're a commodity. You're chat. Just like a fucking slave. So go fucking sell yourself on a fucking
You mean a genitalic pork belly?
So if you want to, okay, I'm all good. I mean, quality. If you got fucking assets and you want to sell yourself as chattel, then OnlyFans to me is nothing but the fucking block, right? It's a fucking block. What you're doing is you're selling the block. And my thing is this: I ain't got to be on nobody's slave auction because you're a fucking slave. Because you out there selling yourself as a commodity. What? Tell me that you are really. So you got that fine. So go ahead and market your shit. But see, I don't have to do that. My brains is my market. And guess what? My brains is sexy too. Okay? Some people find my brains sexy. It's an ass all over the place. I mean, is that all you can do? I mean,
Yes.
bring the tits and ass to the movement and do something for the movement to advance the movement. Is that all you have to fucking offer to the movement?
Sis, you said you telling her to weaponize that ass.
Exactly.
She can start by cooking. That's where it can start off.
But you know,
You can't even start there. These bitches these days, I work with them. These bitches don't even know how to fry a motherfucking egg. These bitches, you can't even count on them for a fucking scrambled egg. That's how fucking degenerate they are. Because let me tell you, the real women like my grandmother, that's who taught me. She taught me every day. See, we got lessons every day. You got home from school, and look, she said you better be in the house by 6 o'clock. My grandmother worked. We was down at the pool hall. We had a pool hall down the street from us. It was a pool hall in the arcade called Fannie Mae's. And we'd be down Fannie Mae's straight after school. Boy, we look at the clock. It'd be 5:59. We run in the house like we in the house the whole damn time. Wrong. But you know what? And I thought about that, had a conversation. I would be down that pool. Back in the day, the pool halls and stuff, it was kind of like mixed company. It was like a little kid section, and it was like the adult section. So even though I was down in the pool hall, I didn't go in there. See, it was like rules. We weren't allowed like back there where the grown folks were. And I thought back on that and said, damn, I used to rip and run from 3 o'clock all the way to 6. And I never felt unsafe. I never felt like I was gonna get shot. I never felt that somebody was gonna whoop my ass. All the kids in the neighborhood got along. Nobody was fighting and beating each other up or nothing. All we did was get our sweets. We like our little candy, play arcade. And then the pool hall was over there. And all I remember was just a lot of smoke and a lot of like men, old like men that were bigger and older than me. And a bunch of people smoking, and then the women growing. But we knew our place. But I'm going to tell you something. Them people that trafficked in and out of the pool hall, they came in and out. We had a little section, the kids section, and it was other kids unattended by. We were unattended children. I was an unattended child. I literally was an unattended child when I think about it. We were just out there on our own. Like other kids, mama and daddy had to work. But I'm telling you, them men and even them women in that pool hall, they took care of us. You wasn't gonna mess with them children. And they came in and out. And I never had a problem with somebody being inappropriate, molested, trying to screw me. You know, all the crazy stuff that's going on. Other kids fighting each other, man, that was our spot. And we knew the people in the pool hall. All we needed to do was stay our little asses out of there. But I'm telling you, everybody in that pool hall took care of us because we was the neighborhood kids. And we run through the neighborhood free. So I mean, I don't know the topic, but yeah. So that, even the women in the pool hall didn't even look like that. That's how I figured when I was there in Fannie Mae, they didn't even look like that. They still was modestly dressed, but most of them, look, when you got bottles, you got bottles. So you don't need all that. You can just have your basic little whatever and your shape and your jeans. See, we don't need to do all that.
But these people have no shame.
Yeah.
And actually, being a hoe seems to be virtuous these days. Being a punk, being a tranny, everything evil is cool, and everything good is out. And so I don't care what happens, but we need a reset. If Donald Trump is the agent that's going to do it, 4 more years to his ass, because I can't deal with this degenerate Biden. He's full of shit. His son is full of shit. His wife is a procurer. Kamala's full of shit. I think she's a beard for her husband. That whole thing, even that Ronald McDonald looking stud that's his press secretary, the whole thing is it's a shit show. It's a clown show. I'm falling asleep, y'all, but we're supposed to.
You shouldn't have put that there question in. That's going to add a whole other hour to the conversation.
No. Listen, I'm a rev it down because we definitely need to get up.
Yeah.
Well, Chef, let me drop this
But
truth bomb real quick. I'm gonna drop this truth bomb on my.
thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you, Dr. Short. Thank you, Lone Wolf, for your tutelage and your spiritual guidance. Chef C, you always you running like the engine that could, and the engine would never stop. And we definitely always be the gas to power your engine because you are a guiding light. And Mr. Negro, I hope
he's a real white man.
He's a real white man, exactly. And Negro, I hope I answered your question. I'm glad from a feminine. Put some little feminine energy to the Angry Black Men's Club. All right,
we're going to have a YC panel.
She gone. Hey, Chef.
We're going to have we talked about that today, did we not, Chef? And no, I know the YCs. We're going to have the right Black women. It's going to be a pork chop free collection of Black women speaking. We want no feminists on this platform. They're not welcome.
Right.
We only want Wazzies. We want segregation. We don't want to live in the same world as pork chops.
No,
I don't want them drinking at the same cup. I don't want them to use. I don't even want a pork chop use the same cup as me.
Hey, Chef, let me. I'm gonna drop this truth bomb, and then I'm gonna land this plane. So, in reference to the image I see, and do they deserve the protection? I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna give you Romans 12, 1 and 2. If you're not familiar with it, I'll read it. And if you're not a follower of the teachings of Jesus, that's all right. It's still a good reference point that we can start with. It says, Romans 12, I beseech ye therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that you present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy, acceptable unto God, which is your reasonable service. And verse number 2 says this, which is probably my favorite version of all the scriptures for personal reasons. And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind.
And it doesn't mean being a tranny.
That you may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God. Again, I understand the culture's behavior. The culture can, if the culture disappears, if the culture runs amok, if the culture jump off the cliff, the belief system must still stand 10 toes down when the culture is out of order.
Be ye separate.
Okay? That's why I say I understand some of this craziness that's going on in the culture, but when I accept the belief system, I come under a whole different set of kingdom rules and principles and standards. And I am willing to step over the culture's carcasses because I believe what I believe. So I'm gonna leave it right there. Again, I want to thank you guys for taking time out to listen to me. This whole broadcast, we peeping it. We're long, and I think this is a good broadcast. This is something for posterity. Trust me, they may not appreciate it right now, but years from now, they're gonna come across this and realize there was a force in the earth for good, for righteousness, for clarity. And we may not have the numbers right now, or even the people. We got the message. And that's all that matters when you get the message. We ain't looking for no message. We got a message. Watch this. John the Baptist had a message. He said, the kingdom of heaven is at hand. What killed John was when he called Herod out for his wife, his girlfriend. John got killed to change his message. We stand on message. We stand on code. We stand on code. And for those who don't like it, it's all right. Again, we all hear collectively, but we receive individually. Say this again. We all hear the same message collectively, but we receive individually. So to me, I wear things very loose because if I got to leave and step away, I'm out. I'm gone. I change my mind and I do something different. Again, thank you on that next with Chef C. Thank you, Dr. Short, Sister Sean, and the brother Negro. The brother Negro. Nothing but love and respect for all those who are on this fight for righteousness, for truth. Because we love our people. We out here because we love our people. We want to see something different. But again, I am willing to step over the carcasses of people who are out of order and they're doing inappropriate stuff. Because at the end of the day, I'm a child of the light. Bring the light. I land my plane.
The lone wolf will step over the cart of this specimen y'all see right here. Step over the carcass of this specimen right here.
Absolutely.
Man. Negro, I don't know if you had a build on this, sir, but are you stepping over the carcass of this specimen? What's it, bro? Are you stepping over the carcass of this specimen?
Yeah, well, without a doubt. No different from the women that would be walking over those black veterans at the state building in D.C. They see our brothers out there suffering, and they walk right past them. I think I got enough intellectual fortitude and Negro black strength to walk past that.
Dr. Short, brother. Let me give everybody their chance to take us on out of here, sir. And I'm gonna come to you last to shut it on down. Sister Speaks. Let them know how they can. Are you broadcasting tomorrow on this note of tomorrow, Sister?
Actually, tomorrow I may cancel, but I will send you a text to let you know what I'm going to do. I would like to do something new for 2024. Now I'm learning about all this StreamYard and stuff. I would love to talk a little bit. I haven't had a chance to talk to you a short, but I talked a little bit about Lone Wolf. I would love to take my show and you guys just StreamYard and all this fancy stuff straight to you all's platform. We go from there and we'll start to build. But tomorrow I actually have something planned. I don't know if I'm going to pull it off, but I would like to end the show by saying I just love to just be a feminine voice in a man's space. I just want to say fundamentally, whoever is listening, that I love men. I respect men, and I respect men as my leaders. And it's not anything that I'm ashamed of. And at the end of the day, we want to reverse feminism. That's going to be my motto. We're going to reverse feminism because I love being a woman. I love being a woman. It's not that nobody's going to make me hate about being a woman. And the one reason why I love being a woman, let me just tell you this, is because my man loves me. I know what it means to be loved. So once you know what it means to be loved as a woman, you ain't going to want to do nothing else. And so if our women fundamentally understand that, I think they'll be okay. The problem is they loving people that don't love them back. And they're on the wrong frequency. And so you're not going to get love until you're on that right frequency. So you'll never get it. And just because you don't fucking fuck it up for everybody else, be mad at the world and everybody else because you fucked up. You got to get your frequency right. You get your frequency right. That's number one, brain energy. And then you got the anatomy. The anatomy is your body, all that big old soul and all that. Yeah, you take that, bring that shit in the room, you go be straight. But don't be trying to bring that on the streets. You don't. No. Here's what I tell people, and I love to tell this message. I talk to my girls and other girls and just anybody. It's my community. I said, listen, when I walk out this house, even Sister Sean, not even about my immediate family. When Sister Sean walks out this house, I'm representing my pride. I'm representing, it's not even really just about my family. When I walk out here and I deal with these white folks, it doesn't matter. Once they touch me, they're going to equate anything I do to all of us. So I come out representing. That's why you see those old pictures. We were all dolled up in our suits, in our, our nice cut, fitted dresses. We still have little sexy bodies and stuff, but we had custom cuts and everything. We was out there representing. So the representing does not stop in the home. You have to continue.
That PJ Walker talk.
There you go. You have to continue to represent in the world. And I've always done that. They could fuck with me because it's like, oh man, who is she? No, this is Negro. Who is it? Yeah, this is Negro. And it's cool. And guess what? Once they talk to me, oh, then I really flipped. I'm like, oh, she got fucking sense? Oh Lord. Then they were really infatuated. So your representation, and this is what we have to reverse. And I love to get in this WASI thing that Dr. Short is talking about. So listen, it doesn't stop in the home. You have to continue to represent outwardly to society. And I do. I would never walk out the house like that. And if I were a man, somebody who's even willing to walk out the house like that, you better accept it. That woman needs to be on OnlyFans, or she needs to be fucking running some damn corner somewhere, working a corner. So put her on a corner. If anything, give me some, how much you gonna make tonight? Bring somebody, bring home the bacon. Who's working? You gonna work a corner? You acting like you're gonna work a corner, then you go and work that corner, at least be fucking worth it. Bring some goddamn money back. No, that's not what we're doing here. And that's just me understanding the truth. But I would never put that in the minds of my children. No, none of that is acceptable. None of it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And I'll land right there. And if it is acceptable, you actually, okay, we got a flip kind of problem as women. You need to know how to bring your sexy up. See, you got some women, they want to be bumming around and they want to, you got to bring your sexy up there. You just be bumming all the time. So it's the flip side of that little scene, too. See, it's that scene that's appealing, but you got some women that don't know how to please their man. They don't know how, you know, when it comes to the bedroom, you got to bring your sexy up. They don't do that.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you, sister.
Okay, so let me go.
Yeah.
It's gonna turn into a relationship.
I see you. I got this. I got to slow you down. I got to listen. You got sister speech now. Let them know about Stand Go for Radio. That's what I want.
Did you hear what I'm saying? I'm gonna let them know about Stand Go for about y'all. You all.
All right. So, all right. Well, I appreciate it.
2024. You all will tap into me, and I want you to tap my show into you all's YouTube. Now that can be done.
Now we
Thank you. Love y'all.
okay. That's what I want. Y'all definitely check out our sister. Keep it locked up for the future. Negro, let them know how they can get a hold of you, sir. Let them know how they can get a hold of you. The Negro, you there, sir? Let them know.
Yes, sir. I'm right here.
Yeah, about your platform, sir.
Yes, we have a lot that's going on the Negro Black Knights Heritage Club. We're asking people to participate in taking the funds out of that's 20, 40, 60% out of their bank accounts to support our efforts in support of lineage-based reparations. And this is against the banking corporations that is making money off of our bank accounts and off of our interest, but not giving us a damn loan for our nonprofits or organizations and etc. So if you want to hold those allies, quote unquote, accountable towards that reparation discussion, tell them to take some money out the bank, and most important, to a black-owned bank or a black-owned organization or such to support some of these things in our efforts. So that will be, and to find us, you can find us on Twitter and also on our YouTube channel, the Negro Black Knights Heritage Club, where we'll be posting up-to-date information about what we're up to as an organization. And if you follow the Negro Black Knight, the commander at one, that's some of my day-to-day activities about what I'm doing on the organization as one of the leaders.
Excellent, Negro, excellent. And the lone wolf himself, Brother Juan J. Johnson. Sir, let them know about your platform, how they can get a hold of you from any kind of training. You got the floor, Brother Lone Wolf.
First, I would like to thank you, Brother Chef, for the invite on your platform. I appreciate it. I am in debt to you because, again, you didn't have to do it, but you did. I want to thank Dr. Short for being the John the Baptist of this generation, the voice in the wilderness crying out. Okay? I want to thank Sister Sean for being the sister that speaks. We need a lot more sisters that speak. For the brother Negro, who reminds us that at the end of the day, we were Negroes, we were colored before we was African Americans. Negro was written all in the legislation, the laws. Don't forget where you come from. If you would like to meet, support Lone Wolf Firearms, you can go to the Cash App, $ Lone Wolf Firearms. You can do the PayPal me/Lone Wolf Firearms. You can go to lwftraining.com. You can write me at lonewolffirearm@gmail.com. Again, what I'm trying to do is reimagine how we should operate and function in the 21st century. I know y'all heard a lot of scriptures tonight from me because I believe in the scriptures. The scriptures are sufficient. If we have a problem, we can go to the scriptures and get an answer. But that won't stop me from stopping the threat. Be very clear. I am a retired officer of the law of 27 years. I am a firearm instructor. I teach people how to stop the threat. It's more to me than the scriptures. But when you're trying to reimagine us going forward, the last thing we think about is protection and security. I'm trying to change how we approach and how we look at things in the 21st century. Embrace this Constitution. Embrace the Second Amendment. Embrace the Bill of Rights. And I know 1776, we were not on the menu. We were not even thought about because the blood in the soil of our ancestors speaks out. Remember the sacrifice. This is why I do what I do. Again, Lone Wolf Firearms, lwftraining.com. That's how you can reach. And lonewolffirearm@gmail.com. Get your guns. And I mean it.
Yes, sir, Brother Lone Wolf, Juan J. Johnson. Y'all definitely go ahead and make sure you go follow him, subscribe to him. Really quickly for myself here, if you don't know now, you know, again, this is On the Next Podcast. Go ahead and subscribe, like, share, subscribe, like, and share the platform. Also, we have a second platform as well. If you didn't know, From the Soil TV on YouTube, go on over there, subscribe to that. Also, make sure you check out the community section to access the actual full episode on our private streaming platform now, made available to you all. Make sure you go ahead and check that out. Subscribe to all the platforms. We appreciate you tapping in. And again, this is On the Next Podcast, tapping into the Angry Black Man Book Club, PATTALK number 7, part 2. Dr. Short, take us on home, sir. You got the floor.
Well, so we can go to sleep or do something else. There's the tradition of the Black marriages called jumping the broom. When it comes to Walking Dead, it's about Plutarch, pork chop, feminist, agonists, blacknecks, nigglings, negroidins, and other assorted sundry turncoat sellouts of black detritus, flotsam, and jetsam. Yes, I will jump the coup, and we all need to learn to jump the coup. Jump the coup. This is Dr. Randy Short. I am the apostle of the Kevin Samuels First Church of Deliverance. I am the field marshal of the anti-feminist movement and the vicar of Pork Chop Feminist. I'm the field marshal of the Coon Busters, asking for you to subscribe to the Angry Black Men's Book Club, as well to check out Backpack, the Black American Constitutional Political Action Committee, which is BAC.INFO. And I would love for you to subscribe to the channel, to share it, especially with people that you think would hate this. I would like for my message to reach every toxic feminist who deserves to be annoyed and angry by my words, which I've selected carefully to achieve that effect. So if there is someone that you do not like, that you know would hate my content, please send it to them as a personal favor to yourself. If there's someone that you can't stand, I know of someone that was going through a difficult marriage. I had the person with difficult neighbors. They would simply play my recordings for the benefit of neighbors and the wife that ultimately left. If there's someone that you can't stand and you want to find a microaggressive way to punish them, I recommend that you share prolifically the content of the Angry Black Men's Book Club and the other places where I show up. Let's Talk to, From the Soil, On Their Neck, Wrong with Firearms, and everywhere else. And of course, you know how to bless us. Absolutely, donations have gone down. I'm telling you, Kamala Harris's draws are higher than donations have been to my platform, which is quite concerning because nothing gets lower than Kamala's draws. So I'm at Dr. Randy Short, $ Randy Short, $ Dr. Randy Short in Cash App on Dr. Randy Short Patreon. I am Debbie Randy Short in Yahoo and in Debbie Randy Short in Gmail for Dell. I'm Debbie Randy Short in PayPal. Send something because we're working hard. And I want to let people know that on Sabbath, which is coming up in a matter of hours, on behalf of SALT, the Salvation and Liberation Temple Ministries, a pro-Black Christian organization that's Sabbatarian, as we pray to God on the right day, for all of you Negroes still stuck on Sunday, like folks stuck in projects and on welfare and on drugs, we do it on the right day, the day Jesus would do it on, which is Saturday for you. We do that at 3 o'clock. We are doing a series called God's Message to Black Americans. And I'll be doing part 2, and I'll be continuing to talk about Black men and the biblical need for dick control. Somebody say amen.
Amen.
So with that, I'll let you go. God bless and keep you. May His face shine upon you and give you peace. Blame Satan, not colors. Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, and remember, in a system of white degeneracy, you stand for nothing, you fall for anything. This is on their next pack, on the podcast happening with the Angry Black Men's Book Club, PATTALK number 7. We'll see y'all around, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, Wolfpack. I'm out.